Hello, I am Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. This is episode 57. I am super stoked to be here on this wonderful Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday evening, rather. It's a beautiful day here in Michigan, other than in central Michigan. Thoughts and prayers go out to the people in Michigan that are struggling with that hard time. But I'm proud to bring you a cannabis fighter here in Michigan that's stood up and helped many people here and with their cannabis problems and woes. Mr. Josh Covert of Michigan Cannabis Law. How you doing today, Josh?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, thanks for having me here. It should be fun.
Nice. You wanna? I know I kind of briefly touched base on your law firm there, but you want to tell everybody where they can find you on your Instagram and wherever else?
Yeah, that'd be great. I've got a law practice here in Lansing. We're the Michigan Cannabis Lawyers, or the Covert law firm. And you can find our website at micannabislawyers.com. And we're also on Instagram as the Michigan Cannabis Defender. And I've done cannabis cases, criminal wise or licensing throughout the state of Michigan, anywhere from the UP down to the southern border and everywhere in between over the last 8 years.
Before we get into too much law, I mean, we usually like to find out a little bit about the person and what got them to where they are now. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, I grew up in a home where cannabis was used. My parents used cannabis, my entire life as a child growing up. And it was never anything that, as a kid, I had a concern with. As I got to be, older and an adult, I started using cannabis in college. And when I got a little bit older, I had a time in my life where I could, I was getting divorced, and my first wife was going to take everything that we had, which was totally cool with me because I didn't have any debt. And so I walked away with a small amount of cash and no debt, no kids, no pets, I didn't own anything. And I figured, what should I do with my life? And just before this all happened, my parents had an encounter with the law that could have caused some significant problems for them. And I started thinking to myself, like, well, what would happen if my mom went to jail, for cannabis? And it didn't really set right with me because, like, I knew my mom wasn't somebody that should be in jail. I never had really thought about it from my own perspective. I was a cannabis user, could certainly go to jail. It didn't really hit home to me until I thought about my mom going to jail. And at that point, like I said, I was at this kind of turning point in my life in my early 30s, and ended up drafting up a list that I was either going to hike the Appalachian Trail for a year. I was going to do that or buy a van and travel around visiting friends for a year, or I was going to go to law school. And somehow I decided to go to law school. And like I said, the primary driving force for that was to see someone like my mom protected and not going to jail for cannabis use. And I thought the best way to do that would to be a defense attorney and to help people when they get in trouble with the police and cannabis. And so that was really kind of where I came from and why I do what I do. When I was in college, my undergrad degree was in ski area business management, and so I essentially was working as like a ski bum for like 10 years before I went to law school. So I didn't necessarily think about going to a law school when I was an undergrad. Clearly, I don't think ski area business management's a common degree for someone to then go on to become an attorney, but it's just the way it happened with me. And it was mostly, like I said, just that desire to protect someone like my mom from going to jail for cannabis.
Well, it's pretty awesome that you've thought of the family first as the reason to go into law. Uh, I don't, it seems like, well, I don't know. It seems like a great reason, but it doesn't. It seems like I don't know, a different reason. Let's say. Uh, does it usually go that way? Do people just, or do they just take in law and decide they're going to sway into cannabis law for, say, money reasons? I mean, it sounds like you took it on for the right reasons, but is that usually the case?
I would say most defense attorneys get into criminal defense because it's something that they were interested in law school, or it was an easy job to get. I mean, just being straight up that if you go graduate from law school and you can't find a job, traditionally you could go put your name down at the county courthouse as a court appointed attorney and start getting work. So I'll tell you, a lot of the court appointed attorneys in Michigan's actually restructuring the system now where it's not quite like that, but it had been for quite some time. And so what you saw was a lot of the attorneys that actually practice criminal defense are doing it because that's all they could find a job to do. And I'm not, disparaging them by. I mean, they've got a job and they're doing something, and they don't necessarily do a bad job at it, but they're not coming at it from the same perspective, right? They're doing it because it's a job, and it's a job that was paying them, and they needed the money, right? I kind of never looked at it that way. Not that I mean, I need money too, like anybody else, but I figure that if you do the right thing, you'll be taken care of, right? And so for me, it was more about coming at it from the right perspective and doing it for the right reasons. And I think that kind of is like what has made me a successful attorney is because I have the passion, and I believe in it. So I think that comes across when I talk about it. I think you could tell the difference between an attorney advocating for a cannabis user that truly doesn't believe, and it comes across, right? Whereas with me, um, I certainly think it comes across to both a judge or a jury, but also the prosecuting attorney on the other side. When they're looking at me, I think quite often they'll be willing to resolve a case with me in a favorable fashion because they know I'm willing to go the distance. And it's not because it's about money or anything else, but because it's what's right.
Even though with it was for the right reasons of genuine reasons for, to fight for the rights of the cannabis user. How do you go from a business attitude to the law there? Well, it just seems like a different transition there. I mean, you have to really want to fight as a lawyer there. I mean, there's a lot of debating there and wanting to, difficulty of getting your point across. And being a lawyer is not an easy job, that's for sure. Is it just the passion of fighting for the cannabis patient that had fueled you?
Yeah, I think the passion makes it pretty easy. You know, I do. I think learning the law is part of it, but if you don't have that other part, the passion, when I had one of my biggest cases I've had as an attorney was the free Bree case, and it involved a young child being taken away from her parents, and it made international news. And when we finally were able to get the baby back to her parents, we had a celebration at the office, and there was media stations from all over the state of Michigan came there to hold a press conference at my office at the time. At the time, I was working at the Nichols Law Firm here in East Lansing, and I got a text from my boss, Mike Nichols. He's a really well-respected criminal defense attorney, and at the time, he was my boss. And he said something that always kind of stuck with me. When all the media was there, he left and he was like, "Hey, I left because this is your it was my case." And he's like, "I didn't want to be there to kind of have them talk to me. It's your deal, right?" And I said, "Well, hey, thanks for teaching me everything you taught me." And what he texted me back is, the reason this happened for you and the reason this case went the way it did was because you had the passion. And that's not something that can be taught. Right. And I think that's always kind of stuck with me is that, that everybody can be taught certain things, but I'm going to probably be able to do better if I'm taught the same stuff, but I've got the passion because you can't teach the passion. Sorry about my cat. My cat keeps walking back in front of my face here. She doesn't seem to want to say no. But anyway, that to me, that's like the kind of the thing that sets a really good attorney apart. And now it doesn't always have to be passion for cannabis. I know some really good attorneys that I would hire on a cannabis case that have a passion for defending people or the passion for defending the Constitution. There are other things like that, and that can make them a really good criminal defense attorney too. Sometimes the passion for science can make someone a very good criminal defense attorney. Fortunately for me, cannabis has been one of my biggest passions, and that's big driving forces as an attorney. But there's certainly other things like passionate for the Constitution and science and other things too that come into play. I think just being a passionate person translates into you're not just passionate about one thing, like cannabis, for instance. I'm passionate about quite a few different things.
Obviously, I'm guessing still skiing, huh? Skiing, snowboarding?
A long part of my life it was for a long time. I haven't really skied much since I've been an attorney. I became a father at the same time I became an attorney. That kind of slowed things up for me a lot. And one of the reasons I kind of decided to move on from skiing and I kind of made that decision, not only was I getting divorced, but I was getting sick of breaking bones. I've broken a majority of the bones in my body by hitting tabletops and jumps and things like that. I used to ski pretty, let's say, aggressively in some ways. And when I broke my humerus the last winter before I decided to make this transition and to do something different. And that had been was quite the recovery process after breaking my humerus. And I decided to maybe take a step back. So I've skied probably 5 times in the last 8 years now, when I used to ski probably like 50 times a year or more. So I don't know.
It's quite the reduction.
Yeah.
I want to apologize here in advance, Josh. I hope to have as much fun with this as possible, but in the same aspect, there's going to be questions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so hopefully this doesn't get too weighed down with like work stuff, but in the same aspect, if they've got questions, I want to try to get some of these answered. And right off the bat, Chris Merckx kind of wants to know the importance of getting a medical card to limit the liability in police interactions, DWI.
Yeah, that's a good question. I get asked that a lot. Now, the interesting thing is here in Michigan, if you're over 21, that's a big distinction to make. But if you're over 21, the language in MRTMA, which essentially Prop 1, is very similar or essentially identical to the language in the Medical Marijuana Act when it comes to the protections that someone has, right? So under the Medical Marijuana Act, you're protected from a conviction involving driving and marijuana use unless they can show that you were under the influence of marijuana. And under the influence is specifically defined in the law as having a substantial effect on your mental or physical condition and significantly lessening your ability to drive. So that's a hard thing for them to prove. They have to show that it had a significant effect and that it substantially lessened your ability to drive. Now, that same language is in MRTMA. So if we look at it from that perspective, the protections would be the same whether or not you had a card or not if you're over 21. Now, the difference, though, is going to be that we have established case law showing and interpreting what under the influence means under the Medical Marijuana Act, because that's been around since 2008. The case on that would be People v. Kuhn. It's a Michigan Supreme Court case. You can Google it and look it up and read it. And that essentially says that, you're protected from a conviction unless they can show you're under the influence of marijuana when you have a card, right? Now, the difference is we don't have that same precedent. There hasn't been a case to interpret the language in MRTMA yet. Now, it's the same language. And I think you can certainly look to People v. Kuhn to see how the courts would interpret it. So I know that's a long answer, but essentially I think the protections are the same. But until we have a court say otherwise, I would say you have a little bit more protections under the Medical Act.
I guess this would be just like a personal question. And is there any benefits in the work area? I mean, now that it's marijuana's rec, it seems like we're back into that gray area in a workforce type environment. If they found it in your system there, it seems like because it's rec, it could be like almost having the same thing as having alcohol in your system.
Mm-hmm.
But is there a benefit of having a card in a workplace environment? Does it offer any benefit there?
Legally, not really, but I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, from an optics type of thing, when we're looking at the perceptions of it, I think you certainly would get more leeway with some employers with having it be for medical issues versus recreational issues. But you're essentially, the protections are going to be the same. And I guess going back to the driving thing too, like if I had to fight a case at trial and it involved this issue, I would feel more comfortable fighting a medical case than a recreational case. Just like I mentioned from the optics type of thing, I think I would have a little more ground to cover in a recreational case to assure the jury that this person wasn't under the influence. When it's a medicine, I think I'm going to get a little bit more from the jury. And so legally, it's the same for both employment or driving. But I mean, I certainly agree with you in that it seems different and it appears different to people. And I think you would have more persuasive ability to maybe persuade your case either to an employer or to a juror if it was medical.
The next question is like an easy one, but I'm just trying to throw them out there as they come. Bill said wanted to know how bad was law college? How bad was you know, how bad was schooling to become a lawyer?
Oh, it was interesting. I had a lot of fun. I look back at it as great times. But I saw I went to school with some people that struggled and really had a hard time with it, and they're really smart people too. I think it comes down to how you think and how you look at the world. And I think some people think more like a lawyer in certain respects automatically and don't have to be taught that way of thinking. And those individuals can go to law school and it comes pretty easy to them. Other people, I think, really smart individuals maybe just don't look at the world with the same way, so to speak, and they have to be maybe taught how to look at things in a logical perspective more so. Emotionalists sometimes, and I think it's harder for people like that to be retaught how to think, so to speak, right? I tell someone, if you're interested or thinking about going to law school, take a look at the multi-state bar exam. It's a series of multiple choice questions, and that's what you would be taking as half of your bar exam. And if those kind of questions make sense to you, and you can look at the logic and do all right, then think about going to law school. Same thing with the LSAT. That's the entrance exam. The cool part about the LSAT is that it's not like the other exams, the graduate school exams. The LSAT, which is your entrance exam to go to law school, all of the answers are there. It's logic questions, reading comprehension, and logic games. You don't have to know any information going into it other than how to read and how to think. So it's not like the MCAT where they ask you all about the human body and about chemistry and things where you actually have to have accumulated knowledge, right? For the LSAT, it's not like that. You just have to have accumulated a way of thinking, and you have to know how to think. So to me, it's probably easier than other graduate schools. And I know a lot of lawyers probably wouldn't agree with me and hate me saying this, but I mean, it's my opinion. It was fun and it wasn't that hard.
Nice. Not quite the answer I thought I was going to get there. I thought it'd be like, oh, it was grueling, terrible. But it's glad, good to hear that it wasn't all bad. Shredder911 wants to know, do you think Big Canna will be able to take the patient's right to grow at home here in Michigan?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that they're going to care enough to take away the grow rights. I think they're going to be happy doing what they're doing. It's just kind of like, I mean, I hate to make analogies to other industries because cannabis is different. But if we look at the alcohol industry, for instance, I don't think Budweiser really makes a big push to keep people from brewing beer at home. I think it's a small enough scale that it's not something they're concerned with, so to speak. And I think we'll see that with cannabis, at least, and I think what really helps us in that regard is that in order for them to take away our rights as caregivers or patients, they need a 3/4 majority to amend the Medical Marijuana Act. And that's hard to do in politics ever, to get 3/4 of the politicians to agree. Now, they have agreed a few times to amend the Medical Marijuana Act here in Michigan since 2008, but only a few times. And each of those times, it was to clarify or to add rights to the act, not to take rights away. And I think they would get quite a big backlash politically if our legislatures were to move down that road. I think as time goes on, caregivers are going to become not as many people are going to use a caregiver as time goes on. I think more people will start going to the store. I go back to the alcohol kind of thing. I went to college in the 90s. And in the 90s, everybody was brewing beer at home. It was a big deal. I went to school up in the UP, and tons of my buddies all brewed beer at home. Nowadays, I don't think any of them do. Back then, you couldn't go to a store and buy a craft brew. They only had maybe a few, and you had to go to a special liquor store, right? Nowadays, Meyer has hundreds of craft brews. There really isn't as much incentive to make a good beer when you can go buy a good beer. So if the larger businesses can produce a decent product that can satisfy most of the consumers, we're not necessarily talking maybe the connoisseur or the high-end consumer, but I think for the vast majority of them, they're not going to need to maybe use a caregiver or go home as much because they have access to it at a store. But I hope the caregivers stick around forever. I've been a caregiver myself for many years. I'm not currently, but I really believe in the caregivers, and that should keep going.
Next, I guess Tommy Taracombs wants to know, do you have a monthly retainer and for caregivers, basically?
I don't really have a set monthly retainer. I guess it depends. What I have done in the past is a retainer that would go for a few years. I try to let them. What I've done in the past is I'll do like $1,000 or $2,000 retainer that would be good for the first 2 years. After that, it would be $1,000 on the third year, and then nothing on the fourth year. And that's billed at an hourly rate. So if someone calls me every week with the question, we're probably going to go through that. But if someone's only putting me on retainer, if in case something happens or they need me to show up somewhere, or they have just a few questions every now and then, that retainer would probably last that entire time. It really depends. I will say though, I haven't had a criminal case involving a caregiver since before November of 2018. Since Prop 1 took effect. Since Prop 1 took effect, my criminal defense practice has went from getting calls all the time to rarely. I can think of, other than a couple driving cases, I think I've had one cannabis case, and that was a minor. That was a kid who was 17 and had like 4 pounds. But I think that was literally over the last year and a half thereabouts. That's the only case. So yeah, I would have somebody put me on retainer, but I don't know that you need me on retainer nowadays. And I'm not saying it's impossible to get in trouble. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying the world has changed. Things are different in 2020 than they were in 2015, 16, 17, 18.
Uh, what exactly are the limits for a home? Is it still 15 or is it just 15 to carry? Because I've heard several different, numbers anymore, to be
Under the
honest with
medical, what you
you.
could
Yeah.
possess unusable marijuana, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Under the Medical Act, it's still 15 ounces of usable marijuana that you can possess. Um, they're going to define usable marijuana as anything that's dried or in the close to drying. There's some ambiguity in the courts as far as what constitutes usable marijuana. We even have a conflict at the Court of Appeals right now. One case says one thing, one says the other. But we're basically, to be safe, 15 ounces of dry marijuana at one time is what you could possess in your car, out and about. Now, the interesting thing, though, is under MRTMA, which is, the adult use statute. Under that statute, if you grow plants at home, you can grow up to 12 plants under MRTMA. You can keep anything you grow from those 12 plants at home and possess as much as those 12 plants produce. So if you were to just take all the marijuana from those 12 plants and store it in a closet, in 10 years from now, someone's like, wow, your cop comes in and is like, you got 50 pounds in that closet. There would be nothing wrong with that because it all came from your 12 plants. You can possess as much from your 12 plants under MRTMA as you produce.
So that's definitely a foggy area there. It sounds like you almost, in that instance, are limiting yourself to be a caregiver or a caregiver for yourself, right? No?
You are, in terms of what you can possess in usable product, under the Medical Act, you can grow up to 72 plants. Under MRTMA, you can only grow the 12. So it kind of goes both ways. Now, I think there's certainly arguments to be made that you could do both at the same time, but kind of like when I talked about the driving before, until we have cases that say that, you're taking a risk that you could be that test case. This is also new.
Right.
Now, fortunately, we're not seeing test cases because I'm telling you, not many people are getting in trouble for cannabis right now in the state of Michigan. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some of it's been the hemp has come about at the same time, and police have a difficult time telling the difference between what's industrial hemp and what's cannabis. And they don't want to get caught up in that, and they don't really care about it to begin with anyway because it's legal for all intensive purposes, except for some exceptions. So the police don't have that same driving force. The forfeiture laws have changed during that time too to disincentivize police from making arrests. So it's like I said, it's a different world now. I can't say that nobody's going to get arrested for cannabis, but I would say that I've seen, many, many, many times fewer interactions with police and cannabis than 2018.
My next kind of question is based towards what was it in Byron, that the latest case of Byron where they're trying to almost govern where you can, they almost want to zone it. Do you think that's going to happen anytime soon? I mean, they
Yeah,
left left that in a huge gray area. Thanks again, Michigan. You know,
yeah, that's the biggest threat right now to caregivers is what you talked about, and that's the case of D. Reuter versus the Township of Byron. In that case, says that some local regulations can apply to your medical marijuana activity as a caregiver. And previous to that, there had been cases at the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court that suggested otherwise. So this kind of came out of left field in some ways. And it really changes the landscape for caregivers because now you have to look and see, does your local unit of government have regulations? Can you meet those regulations, right? Are they overly burdensome? I certainly think there's arguments left to be made at courts to protect caregivers if these ordinances are overly burdensome, where they essentially eliminate the rights that you've been provided. Now, if they're just like, hey, we need to do you got to register with us and pay a $50 fee, I don't think we're going to be able to argue that that's overly burdensome. But if they say you can't do it in any residential part of town, and let's say the town's entirely residential, I certainly think that would be overly burdensome, right? And we got everything in between. I don't know where that line's going to be drawn. It's probably going to depend on that next case to really push this issue. But in the meantime, unless someone's willing to really, fight one of these cases out, they need to comply with local regulations when it comes to these issues. And you're right, there is gray area, and that gray area is knowing where that line's going to be drawn, and like what regulations are going to be reasonable to place onto caregivers without doing away with the intent of the 2008 Medical Marijuana Act.
Some towns are already, way before this, were trying to drum out caregivers, like Flushing and whatnot. Up until that point, was that that was actually a thing, huh? A town could say
Well,
no deals in
okay,
spite of
so
Michigan law.
yeah, townships started doing that, putting ordinance in place. It was like my opinion that those ordinances didn't apply because the Medical Marijuana Act says that you can't be in trouble. I mean, I'm obviously paraphrasing, but it says that you're protected as long as you follow this act. It doesn't say unless you follow this act and any other acts, right? And that's the same reasoning that I used to fight at the Court of Appeals on the improper transport statute. I fought the improper transport statute at the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals agreed with me that that statute doesn't apply to medical marijuana patients because it's not contained within the Medical Marijuana Act, right? And so these issues were fought out. City of Turbeek versus City of Wyoming was the first case. That went all the way to the Supreme Court. And that case, they said it conflicts with the Medical Marijuana Act, those regulations. And therefore, local he can keep doing the marijuana activity in the city of Wyoming, right? He won. A couple other cases came out and the patients won those as well, or the caregivers won those as well. This one in DeRuyter won at the Court of Appeals. The prosecuting attorney is the one that went ahead and, or that I should say the attorney for the township's the one that appealed, and then they won on appeal. So yes, there are local ordinances that have been on the books since Wyoming put theirs on. Most of those weren't enforced because there was case precedent suggesting to them that they would lose in court if they were to enforce them. A law that the court has said is wrong doesn't necessarily come off the books. It can still be there unless the politicians actually remove it, which doesn't always happen. So a lot of these laws stayed on the books since they were written. They just were never enforced because the courts had said, you're not going to be able to enforce them. Now they're going to start enforcing some of those. So if Flushing had something and they had been trying to push out caregivers, they're probably going to invigorate that effort and start going after caregivers again. Now, what we're going to be talking something different than like criminal. They're going to go after them with civil actions. They're going to fine them, say, hey, you owe me this much per day. You keep doing what you're not allowed to do. If you keep doing it, we could red tag the building or something like that. I don't think we're going to be looking at a lot of criminal violations, but certainly some ordinances did have criminal penalties.
Is there can they actually pull up that list and find out how many they have in their town or county? And
they cannot.
That
they're not supposed to. The Medical Marijuana Act says the only way you can verify or pull up the list is by a card number. So even the police say, I've cross-examined many police officers about this, and the only way they can even access it is by card number. So if you say, hey, I have a card, they can't say, well, what's your name? Let me look you up. That's why it's important to have your card with you, because then they'll say, okay, give me your card. They'll go type in your card number, and it will come back with yes or no, that is a valid card, and this is who it belongs to. But the only way to access that registry is by patient number. So unless they were to just sit there and type in every single number in existence into the registry and look at the address on every single one. But see, the other part is the state will never know where the caregivers are because the state doesn't require you to register your caregiver address, right? My card can have one address on it where I live, but I could grow across the street at my neighbor's house. I could grow, at a warehouse down the street, wherever. I never register. You're never required to register where you grow your plants.
Yeah, that's odd because I always assumed that's what it was saying on the back of the caregiver card, where the plants were possessed.
No, it
I,
says you're
I,
allowed. It says you're allowed to possess plants. Yes or no, but it doesn't have the address. And if it does, it would be the caregiver's address. That's just where you got your card sent to. That's not necessarily where you're growing your plants at.
nice. Okay, I could see that. I didn't know that. I honestly thought that that's where, according to them, that's where they were supposed to be housed. Was that address?
In Lansing, they've tried to figure it out by Lansing has the Board of Water and Light. It's a municipal owned power and electricity company that provides power to everyone here. And they've been able to look at what homes use certain amount of electricity. And Lansing sent letters to many people. They created an ordinance that said it wasn't geared towards marijuana. It said that if you use over this amount of electricity at your house, you need to let us come inspect it. And yeah, and I don't know anybody that ever went forward with the inspection. I tell everybody that I knew to get the letters, just throw them in the trash until they got another one. And nobody ever got another one. It was another example of an ordinance getting put on place that never really was enforced because they didn't have teeth to it. Nowadays, they might start trying to enforce that again. But Lansing's way of that was the way they thought. I mean, because essentially, if someone's using a large amount of electricity, there's probably a 90% chance they're growing cannabis in their home if it's a large enough amount of electricity. I mean, you might say, hey, this guy's a woodworker and he's got a bunch of lathes in his garage and uses a lot of electricity, but you know that's probably the exception.
Yeah, I can't believe the power companies would do that. It almost seemed, I understand they have to abide by law, but it just seems counterproductive on their point. If they, they've got a great customer, if they turn that customer in, it's only kind of shooting themselves in the foot as far as profit goes.
Well, yeah, in a lot of cases, but here in Lansing, it's that's what I'm kind of mentioned at the beginning. Is it's the Board of Water and Light that's owned by the city, so it's the city's own electrical company, provides electricity to everyone here. So the city says, "Hey, show me this." The city owns the electric company.
Yeah, it seems like an abuse of power.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, I would
conflict
agree.
of interest.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but it never went anywhere because, like I said, they never tried enforcing it.
So, any advice for? And I believe you offer services helping with this, like next question or phase. Any advice for like a caregiver that's maybe ready to step up into a micro or just into the next licensing fee?
Yeah, I mean, we could do a whole show and talk for probably an hour or two just about the whole licensing thing that's going on. That's where a lot of my time goes right now. In this last year or so, is helping a lot of people I've gotten to know, friends and people that I know in the cannabis community get licenses. And the best things to do is like I think the three things that I kind of tell everybody to focus on is getting a business together, an LLC, getting trademarks done ahead of time, finding out who you want to work with, if you need investors or you want to partner up with somebody to, obviously have a lot more capital. Those things are all real important. Making sure your taxes have been paid up is a big roadblock that a lot of people come hit. And they're ready to go. They've maybe got their capitalization, they've got a business, they've got the partners, but they hadn't paid taxes in a couple of years because maybe they were a caregiver and afraid to pay taxes or this or that. You just got to find the right accountant and do it and pay your taxes because you're not going to get one of these licenses if you hadn't paid taxes, right? So that I think that's number two. And then the number three and probably the biggest thing, other than those two, would be the location. You have to find a city that's okay with you doing it there. They have to have an ordinance in place allowing for that activity. So sometimes that takes you to persuade the community by talking to them as someone who lives there, pays taxes, that sort of thing. And sometimes you can create your own petition and put it up for a vote and get that ordinance to pass. or sometimes you'll find out that a city has an existing ordinance and you need to work with it. But if you're not in a city that's going to allow it, the door is shut. If you haven't paid your taxes, the door is shut. And the other part about the business is more of an advisement. You can get it in your own personal name. I would suggest getting it in the name of an LLC. You don't have to trademark things, but I would certainly suggest trademarking brands and things like that. So those are the big things I think that really come into play, especially for someone going from the caregiver into one of the other types of licenses. I also think there's a really big opportunity for the growers out there to get in as a partner in some of these other operations. I've had clients of mine do pretty well by giving up their caregiver rights, joining up with a large scale grow, but getting equity in the grow, meaning they're a part owner, and bringing in their genetics, their experience, and their knowledge. So I could have all the money in the world, but if I don't know how to grow cannabis, I can't do it by myself, right? You got to have somebody there. Now you could hire someone, but generally you're not going to get the same quality of employee by hiring somebody as finding somebody that will work for equity. A lot of the good growers aren't going to just take a job because they realize that once they learn the secrets and they figure out how to do it and you train a couple guys, they're going to cut you loose. That's the way the world works. So a lot of the guys are saying, hey, I'm not going to show you my secrets. I'm not going to show you how to grow a large scale operation with quality genetics unless you're going to give me a ownership. And I've had clients that I've worked out negotiated deals with where they get 10% or less equity, decent salary, and they kind of go from there. I had one client even get a pretty decent signing bonus for signing the deal. So I think that's another way to look too. But again, if that's the way you want to look, again, you want to protect yourself. You want to make sure you try to get equity in the business so they can't just cut you loose and steal your secrets. There are a lot of people out there that want to do that. And so that's why it's important to maybe talk to somebody like me that's an attorney and go over these agreements ahead of time and have an employee agreement, have a contract, make sure you're listed on the operating agreement as a 10% owner. Things like that can really go a long way in getting into the industry in a good way, on the right foot.
Oh, I absolutely love that advice. I really do. I really, really do. And it works. It should benefit. It sounds like a win-win both ways there. Because then, you know, because I've heard many a times, like you said, people giving up their caregiverships, helping starting out these grows. And then once it was up and running and you pretty much taught them a working system, well, now they can manage it and it's time for you to go. But when you've, retained part ownership, well, then, you're not going anywhere once you get everything up and running, which is a win for you, for me, or on my side. And for
Mm-hmm.
them, it's a win for them because they know you're not going to walk away if things fuck. You know what I mean? Uh, with you being part owner, you have more at stake there. You know what I mean? You have more drive to make sure things succeed, so you succeed.
Yep.
And so that seems like a great solution for both sides, right there. I like that idea. I really do. I think that's fair enough, and it helps both people assure quality in the end.
Yeah.
That's a real good solution.
We've seen a lot of people come to Michigan, put large facilities together, millions of dollars, and they haven't had a crop harvest yet because they haven't been able to get it to test clean. And so they've wasted a year, millions of dollars, and still don't have anything to show for it. And most of those companies, I'm not seeing anybody in particular or anything like that. It's happened several times, but most of the time can be traced back to them not hiring the right person to manage their grow. And the reason they didn't hire the right person was because they thought it was too expensive to get the right person. And they didn't want to give up equity. So they went and hired someone who talked a big game, but ultimately wasn't qualified to, grow 6,000 plants in one workspace or something similar to that, right? And so it fails. And ultimately they'll figure it out, but that'll probably be 2 or 3 grow managers from now. And as they start paying each one of them more, some of these guys that started big facilities were trying to treat it like a factory. And they were saying, well, look, I got a factory that I pay somebody $80,000 a year to manage and everything goes smooth. So why can't I just hire someone to manage my grow at $80,000 a year? The difference is anybody that knows how to grow marijuana was already doing it on their own and making more than $80,000 as their own boss. And so they're not going to necessarily walk into an $80,000 a year job when they were making double that in their own basement, working whenever they wanted, hour wise, right? So you end up getting guys that will take a job working $80,000 a year to manage a grow, probably couldn't even do their own 72 plants right. And the company ends up failing. We've seen this in other states too, where the big businesses got involved and then treated it like other big businesses at the beginning. Now, eventually that's the way that it'll probably be in the cannabis business unfortunately, and that's why it's important to get that equity like we talked about. So you can't be devalued later on when they figure out how to do this.
Any advice on, taking on a partnership? Somebody that's looking at, like, say, a grower like myself, and I'm looking to transition into that next step. I'm getting that grow off. What is there any things I can do to protect myself right off the bat in a partnership? I mean, any advice on setting up like a partnership?
Yeah. So most likely it would be an LLC. The two of you would be involved, and I'd say 90% of the marijuana licenses are all in LLCs. That's just the most popular form of business here in Michigan for a lot of different reasons. But in an LLC, it's governed by what's called an operating agreement. It's an agreement among the members. It's like a contract that you guys have together. And in that contract, you guys can agree to pretty much whatever the two of you agree to. That can be good and bad, right? So if you don't look at it and you've got a partner that puts in a provision that's bad for you, you guys agreed to it. And later on, let's say you're an employee with this business and they terminate your employment. There could be a provision in the contract, the operating agreement, that says upon termination of employment, you have to sell back your shares. And so if you're a 50% owner and the other guy owns 50% and you both work there, or let's say you'd have to be a minority member because 50-50 would be even, but let's say 49-51, the one guy's like, well, I put up more money, so I get 51%. Okay. He ends up saying, well, look, I'm going to fire you. And now that I fired you, I'm going to buy back your shares and I'm going to buy them back at, let's say, book value. Book value would be assets minus liabilities. If the business hasn't actually started making money yet, the book value of the business is essentially zero. And he could offer you like $1 per share. You have, let's say, 49 shares. He'd offer you $49 to buy the business out from underneath you. You don't want that, right? You don't want someone to, after all your hard work, just before the company starts making money, they buy you out for $49, right? And I'm just throwing out an example, but there's things like that I've seen, that you want to make sure when this operating agreement's drafted up that it's fair to both parties, and that you're not going to be screwed over later on by your other partner. So that's the biggest thing, is have an attorney look at the operating agreement. Don't just grab one online and use it. Make sure you look it over so you can protect your interests as a caregiver. I think the other thing to really do right now as a caregiver is to get your products tested with a state licensed testing facility. They can accept and test caregiver product, and they can test it for heavy metals and all of the other things that these large growers are having problems with. So if you can figure out that your growing methods don't have heavy metals, residual heavy metals in the finished product, that's something you could show somebody you're trying to work with as a partner and say, look, I have the skills necessary. I grow marijuana that's free of gram-positive bacteria. It's free of heavy metals, free of pesticides, and I'm worthy of you having me as a partner. I think having your results. I would also document square footage and production, like how many pounds per square foot, how many pounds per light. Start showing actual numbers. So someday you could say, look, if we were to replicate my system, this is how much we could get. These are verifiable numbers, and it will test clean because look, I've tested it. I've went to a state lab and I've paid the $400 to get my products tested. Those things can help too.
Awesome information so far. Thank you so far.
Sure.
JD's wants to know, can people in Michigan get the old pot convictions expunged? Is that something that you can help somebody with? And the next follow-up, part A or B of that would be, can pot convictions hold you up from getting licensing?
Okay, so expungement, right now there's been no changes to the expungement law since Prop 1 took effect. So right now it is that you can get up to 1 felony and 2 misdemeanors expunged if that is the only convictions that you have. So if you have 2 felonies, you're not eligible, or if you have 1 felony and up to 3 misdemeanors, you are not eligible. But if your marijuana conviction was your only conviction, or one of only 2 misdemeanors or 1 felony, and it was more than 5 years ago, you would be eligible for expungement. It's a real easy process, and I could certainly help walk people through that process. As far as whether or not it affects licensing, under the Medical Facility Licensing Act, it does affect your licensing. If you have a felony within 10 years for any reason, you can't get a medical facility license. And if you have a misdemeanor within 5 years involving fraud, controlled substances, or dishonesty, which would, the marijuana conviction would fall into that category, you cannot get a medical facility license. That was written by our politicians, the people, down at the Capitol. The Prop 1 was written by the people of the state of Michigan. It was essentially the drafting committee, put together of MI Legalize, the MPP, Michigan Normal, and a few other groups that put that together. And that was written in a much better fashion. And that the only way they can, the only type of, or actually states in the law that they cannot use a marijuana conviction against you when determining whether or not to give you a license, unless you were convicted of selling controlled substances to a minor. Which I've never had a client even charged with selling controlled substances to a minor. I don't think that was even necessarily a law until Prop 1. So I guess that under Prop 1, adult use, they can't use a marijuana conviction against you. Under the other one, yeah, they can.
The next question is regarding outdoor roofs. Do you need one for your grow, or can it be caged in with walls and fence?
That's a good one. That's been going on since 2008, and there's really still not a lot of guidance with it. So right now, if you look at the act, the 2008 Act, it states, so we got to change. Are we talking the 2008 or rec? So I'm assuming we're talking the 2008 Act, the 72 plant outdoor grows. And in that act, it says it has to be enclosed on all sides except the bottom, right? So we've never had a court case give us clear guidance other than just that phrase. And the way I look at it is it says all sides except bottom, which I don't really consider the bottom a side, but they did. So then you would think they meant there was a top too. But I say if you have a top, it's not outdoor. I mean, I think there's something to be said for what the difference between indoor and outdoor is a top. Like I can open up my windows and I'm still indoors because I have a top on my head, right? So I'm not real sure. I've seen police officers say both things over the years. I tell people the way to protect yourself the best is to pretend you're going to have, I hate to say this, but asshole cops show up, like the guy who's looking to get you hardcore, and he's going to interpret the law in the most restrictive, asinine way possible. Because if that guy's going to leave you alone, you're good to go. Everybody's going to leave you alone, right? And that guy's probably going to want you to have a roof. So unless you've dealt with officers otherwise in your community and they've told you, hey, we see it that way, that a roof means it's no longer outside, which is the way I view it. And I would have no problem going into court and arguing that you're protected without a roof. I would rather us not go to court. I would rather you not get your plants taken. And I would rather you not have to deal with the whole situation. And the easiest way to do that is to have a roof, even though, again, I don't necessarily think the law says you have to. But there is that ambiguity. Now, if somebody out there does get in trouble and they want to fight that case and we want to go up to the Supreme Court and fight it and win, so we all know and precedence has been set, that would be great. But again, that requires someone going through a lot of bullshit.
Next question comes from Tommy Tricombs again. He's wanting to know about the problems over a 12 count wreck and problems over a 72 count caregiver on the same property. What are the woes there? They have to be separate in separate rooms, correct? If you're going to try to go that route, you have to have your caregiver plants in a separate growing tent or room. Is that correct? I believe.
I think you definitely should have them in two separate rooms, and you should have them labeled as such. One room should be labeled as pursuant to the 2008 Act, and then have the patient cards listed, and have the other one say pursuant to adult use or MRTMA, and then have somebody's birth date or an ID showing that they're over 21, right? Those things can help if you're not there. Having them separate's big. I think there's some ambiguity, and I hate to always say there's ambiguity, but that's just the way it is until we fight things out, until they get settled at the Supreme Court. And even then, sometimes it takes a few cases to really iron out all the different issues. But right now, there hasn't been a precedent set on whether or not you would be violating the Medical Marijuana Act by having the 12 plants from MRTMA. I don't think you would be, but I mean, this is the weird thing is it's not necessarily up to me if somebody gets arrested and has to get bonded out of jail and pee in a cup and get all their stuff taken from them. That's up to the prosecuting attorneys and the police officers. And sometimes they interpret the law in the wrong way. And for instance, I'll give an example. When the 2008 Medical Marijuana Act came along, for many, many years, they were saying in order to assert a Section 8 defense, you first had to meet a Section 4 defense. The funny thing is Section 4 is what keeps you from getting arrested and going to court. So if you met that defense, you would never need to assert a Section 8 defense in court. But the courts said repetitively for years, and it wasn't until a Supreme Court case, People v. King and Kolinek, that they said, whoa, you guys have gotten this all wrong. They're two different defenses. Like when I read the law as a law student learning this, I didn't learn the actual Medical Marijuana Act stuff in law school. They didn't teach classes like that, but these are things that I learned on my own. I was like, I never would have imagined a prosecuting attorney would argue that those two defenses are tied together. Never in a million years. But yet it took like 5 years for that to get settled out. In the meantime, people were getting arrested, getting their lives ruined, and a bunch of bad shit. So I feel comfortable that you can do both. I feel comfortable going into court and arguing that. But I don't feel comfortable telling someone that they can do that and that they won't get arrested, because that's up to police and prosecuting attorneys that are going to interpret this act differently than me, probably in a wrong way. I mean, that's the history has shown that. Another just quick example, I know I kind of just ramble on and talk a lot, but this one's pretty entertaining. And I had a prosecuting attorney when they said that you could have medibles and they rewrote the law. They said you can have so much or concentrates, so much if it's a solid, so much if it's a liquid, so much if it's a gas. I had a client that had lotion, and he argued in front of court that my client is not protected by the new law because my client did not possess a solid, liquid, or gas, because my client possessed a lotion. And a lotion is an amorphous solid, and the legislature didn't legalize amorphous solids, only solids, liquids, and gases. And I never would have envisioned that a prosecuting attorney would take the stance that my client was like holding on to something that's not a solid, liquid, or gas. My response in court was, do we need to call in a third grade science teacher? Like what's up? Like everything's obviously a solid, liquid, or gas. And I clearly won that, but my client had to we really had to fight that issue out, right? And I think we all agree that that's simple, like that shouldn't have even been argued. The issue we're talking about, whether or not you can have the 72 and the 12 together, is a little more complex and complicated than that. And possibly a prosecuting attorney would want to argue that you would be violating the Medical Act by having your 12 plants.
Well, I just want to be clear here. Don't worry about time. If you feel like rambling on, time is not a factor here, other than you wanting to go or have somewhere to go. Sometimes these shows have been quite normally go to from 11:30 to 4:20 almost daily.
Yeah, I
so
won't be able to that long.
Oh no, and I don't expect that. That's why I don't tell you that. A lot of people that is because it's whatever they feel like putting in. Nobody's dedicated to like. If you wanted to say, Eagle, I've had enough. I'd be totally grateful for everything you put into it for so far. But I'm just saying, if you feel like rambling on about something, don't think like, oh, I'm going to cut you off because of time or something like that. The importance of what you've got to say is more important than time here. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Right on.
The next kind of question is about multiple caregivers on the same property. I'm sure what's the state's stance on that? Like, say, a husband and wife caregiver team. Do they have to grow in separate buildings, or how? It seems like that'd be the most wise to avoid headache.
Yeah.
But what's the state's stance on that?
The state's going to say, as long as they're in closed, locked facilities that only that caregiver can access, you're fine, right? So if I have 2 rooms and each room is locked and can only be accessible by that room's caregiver, you could have 5 in one location. As far as the state's concerned, that isn't an issue. Now, what comes up and sometimes is people that have them all in one room, so they've got 72 plus 72 all in the same room. That would be a problem because more than one caregiver would be accessing plants that aren't theirs. Or if you have to go through one room to get to another, like that would be an issue. If you commingle like reservoirs for maybe fertilizer, that could be maybe an issue. I haven't really seen that one pop up, but they could maybe try to argue some kind of conspiracy or something. But pretty much you're fine to have them on the same property if there's separate and distinct rooms.
I didn't expect that coming either. I would have thought or assumed that they would have had to been separate buildings, not just separate locked rooms.
No. Now, again, we talked about that case, DeRuyter versus Township of Byron, that new Supreme Court case that said local ordinances could regulate this activity. So if there's a local ordinance saying that you can only have one caregiver per address, that wouldn't be the state saying you can't. It would be your local municipality. And so there could be municipalities that would prevent more than one caregiver, but not the state.
Again, I fail to understand how if the state can't necessarily, they don't have direct access of where the caregivers are and they're growing. How can they? How are they finding out other than the complaints from another citizen or nearby, somebody having a problem with coming and goings? How could they necessarily even know to look into it?
Yeah, I've represented, probably over 100, probably a couple hundred caregivers over the years. And I would say most of the time the police got involved because of a neighbor, an ex, somebody that they, didn't like them, an ex-friend, an ex-girlfriend, whatever, or by just kind of dumb luck. Like I had a case where there was an accident out in front of the house and the police were there directing traffic, and they kept catching a whiff of marijuana, and they kind of kept walking closer to this one house and then started seeing that the windows were blacked out. They had an air conditioner running in the winter and they could smell marijuana. So they went and got a search warrant, right? I don't remember the exact facts. Maybe they looked in their trash and found some leaves. But anyway, they went and got a search warrant and came back and raided them. And so it was usually an ex, dumb luck, or a neighbor. I'd see quite a few cases where neighbors would call police and say, hey, my neighbor's house smells like marijuana. And before Prop 1, this is the big thing about Prop 1, is that before Prop 1, growing marijuana was always illegal. Now, you might have had a medical marijuana card that would protect you from the illegality. It was what's called an immunity. So the Medical Marijuana Act said it's still illegal to use marijuana, but we can't get you in trouble for it. Now, when Prop 1 came along, Prop 1 said it's lawful to grow 12 plants in your home. So having marijuana plants in your home is no longer an automatic violation of the law. So whereas before, if they smelled marijuana, saw an air conditioner running in the middle of winter, blacked out windows, and found marijuana leaves in your trash, that was evidence of a crime. They couldn't type in your address to see if you had a caregiver card. So all they knew is that it was a crime that you could get in trouble for, right? That's how they got the search warrant. That's how they kicked in your door and took all your stuff. Now, later on, you might be able to show them, hey, I had the card, I had the right amounts. You guys can't get me in trouble for it. And they say, okay, sorry. We're not going to card you with the crime anymore, right? But now with Prop 1, they can't get into your house with the search warrant, because if they were to show up to a judge and say, Judge, look, I smell marijuana, I see leaves in the trash, and I see an air conditioner running in the wintertime, the judge would be like, well, what's that evidence of? The police officer would say, they're growing marijuana. And the judge would say, well, what's the crime? Like, that's lawful. So they can't get a search warrant to get into your home just by knowing you grow marijuana anymore. Now, in order to get a search warrant to come into your home, they're going to have evidence that you're growing over double the amount of marijuana, selling it, or something else. Because even growing over double your 12 plants under MRTMA is a civil infraction. It's not even a crime. So if you grow, for instance, 23 plants at home under MRTMA, and the cop officer comes in, he would give you a ticket. Not a criminal offense. It's a ticket that you would just pay like you were speeding. So the law has changed so drastically on how officers got into our homes as caregivers and patients in the past, that now they really can't get into your home unless they have evidence that you're selling controlled substances to a minor, or have well over 12 plants, well over double your 12 plants, and etc. So most of the tools they used aren't good enough anymore. Now the neighbor calling in and saying, I smell it's not good enough. Now an ex calling in and saying my boyfriend grows marijuana, it's not good enough anymore. Them seeing it in the trash isn't good enough anymore. So really, that's, like I said, that's why I haven't seen caregivers get raided in over a year and a half.
I have other questions, but real briefly, I want to tell you and get your thoughts on a recent incident that was personal, to me in my home. It's I had an incident at home where because a daughter was on some medications for anxiety, and kind of swung some bad stuff, mentally. She there was an instance where she kind of tried to hurt herself and called the police. Once the police came in and saw that she was okay, it was instantly about the marijuana caregivership that was going on in the house. They smelled marijuana in the house. I mean, it was almost instantaneous. Oh, she's okay. I smell marijuana. Did this have something to do with it? I can smell it pretty frequently. What do you guys got? Is it pounds in the house or blah blah blah? And just went on and on and on about it, and totally sidelined what was going on with that. And I just thought it was pretty arrogant, for something that isn't even a big deal anymore. I just thought it was wrong for them to go on about that versus, actually the incident or in itself.
Yeah, it is.
I thought that we were by that here, and this was like not even that long ago. It was like about a year ago.
Okay.
And I just couldn't believe that we were still at that stage. I mean, I had to actually leave the home at the point, and they just continued to question everybody else in the house at that point about them. About is there, how much is here? Where's it at? How much? Is it open to you guys? Blah blah blah. The whole time I was gone until I came back. Did they actually have a foot to stand on to start that line of questioning? Doesn't sound like it.
No, I mean they can. If you let them in the home and you consent to answering questions, then they can pretty much do whatever they want right now. If you were to tell them, hey, you guys got to go, I don't know that they would have had enough to continue a criminal investigation and do anything else because of it. So a lot of times what they get away with and what they are allowed to do are two different things. It just kind of depends on how the situation goes and how comfortable people are with, consenting to allowing the officers to either continue investigation or continue the conversation or whatever.
One other person wanted to know. There's still lots of questions. For the caregiver thing, they are technically supposed to be divided up by patient, correct? Patients should be, every 12 should, and that'd be a mess, but that's how it's supposed to be technically, right?
I've never had that come up as an issue in court. I've had a few prosecuting attorneys try to argue that. I don't think there's any case law saying that all 12 plants have to be segregated by patient. I've never had that really come up as a big issue. I do know people say that. I've never advised clients to keep them segregated by patient.
Excellent. That's what I had always heard myself, is they were technically supposed to be divided up. You were supposed to go, this is patient A, this is patient B, but it'd be a mess to try to keep it like that and keep a functioning system. Did they ever there has defined a plant, like say from a seedling, from a clone? Have they defined something like that yet?
Yeah, as caregivers go, they've defined a plant as a living organism of the genus Cannabis sativa that is capable of producing food through photosynthesis and is either in a grow medium or has visible root formations. So really anything that you intend to live, I would consider a plant. So if something I just cut off and I stick it in a glass of water, it's a plant, because I would say water's a grow medium, and it's capable of producing food through a photosynthesis, right? It's weird, but like if a branch got stuck, like let's say a branch broke off one of your plants, and as it's falling down, it like sticks into the soil. That technically could be a separate plant, according to that definition, until it either dies, it would be a plant, or falls out of the grow medium. I know it's an absurd way to look at it, but I'm just like, that's how they define it. That the laws aren't always written in a real practical way, and that's the way they defined it. So you can get absurd with it, like I'm talking about. This comes into play when we're talking about what's usable and what's not usable marijuana. There's a case that came out about a year ago called People v. Mansour. And remember, I was talking earlier about there's a little bit of dispute on what's dry and what's not. And there's two different Court of Appeals cases. This most recent Court of Appeals case said that if you have marijuana that's not a plant and that's not usable marijuana, you are violating the Medical Marijuana Act and can be charged with felonies. So really it comes into play then is, when does it stop being a plant and become usable marijuana? There would normally be an in-between stage where it stops being a plant, but yet it's not dry. Now the courts have said that you're not protected if you have wet marijuana, which is crazy, but that's a recent case about a year ago.
It's got to be. I remember that, and I believe I commented on your page because I think it was you that kind of left it open for some comment there. And because how could you not have what? I mean, this goes back to my initial question there. I mean, from according to you, I mean, I guess if it's not a medium, that takes the medium out. To me, a plant should have some type of roots. You know, it has to have a root base. You know, it's saying you could put it in water, but it's only going to uptake for so long before, you know, eventually it could fail. But as far as the drying thing goes, my argument on that, and I believe I said this on your page, was in my opinion, and it kind of like goes right back to what you're saying, but without the medium, basically. I mean, technically, once you cut that branch, it's fighting to stay alive until every bit of moisture is gone. I mean, it's really alive until it's completely dead, isn't it? And then at that point, it's usable. So I don't know. As that is a crazy.
Yeah, if you really want to try to comply with that People v. Van Sewer, the way you would do it would be keep your plants either with visible roots or in the medium, meaning the soil, right? And you would cut off water and light and let them slowly die. At what point they die is going to be right about the point that it's dry enough to smoke. Maybe we're not talking about curing and things like that, but to a rudimentary type of level of where it's ready to be able to be smoked, where it's dry enough to smoke, is right about when the plant's going to die. So if you did it that way, you wouldn't have that in between, right? But that's not necessarily feasible either, because then you're counting a plant for weeks after it, before you can start more plants. And also, I mean, I think we're kind of splitting hairs when we're talking about, where a plant really dies. I don't think we really have an understanding as humans as to when a plant truly dies. I would think with humans and animals, we can look at respiration and heart rate and brain activity and pretty easily determine whether or not something's alive or dead. Plants, I don't know that it's that easy. And when they actually define the plant as something that's living, kind of throws a whole monkey wrench in it when we're using terms that I don't think we generally understand, meaning, when plants live and die. But then they put it in the statute like we all understand that and know exactly like when a plant lives and dies. It's crazy.
All right, I have another good one for you too here. That I've seen people do this for several reasons. Yield, one, probably the biggest one. Utilizing pot space, another good reason. But some people try to use it to just manipulate numbers, more or less. And that would be trying to take like a bigger pot with, like, say, two to a pot. Is that such a thing, or is that two separate plants coming out of the same pot considered two plants, even though they could be, two of the same strain? Technically, once they bound in the soil, the roots bound each other in the soil, they could be kind of the same plant, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately going to come down to what the officer in the field thinks when he sees it, on whether or not you're in compliance, and then what happens in court and how we fight it out, right? And in that case, they would have to prove that they're two separate plants. I think they would probably have a hard time doing that with their level of understanding, especially if we were to maybe bring in a botanist or someone. I mentioned earlier about being passionate about things. I find myself to be passionate not just about cannabis, but also about science in general. And I think I often use that to my advantage in court by, incorporating expert witnesses, people that are experts in the field. And I think in what you're talking about, if I had to defend a case like that where they were saying it's two plants and we thought we could argue they were one, I would probably have an expert witness come up and a botanist and talk about how that they're the same strain, the same roots, the same this, that therefore they're one plant, you know, and I think that's an argument we could probably make.
Nice. Then we also have a question here about Fourth Amendment. How do you feel, and any advice on that?
Yeah, I can talk about the Fourth Amendment. I can't see the questions. My phone died that I was looking at YouTube on, but
yeah, well, he's probably just referencing, you know, is it fair to be able to limit our, you know, be able to purchase guns, and like what happened if you had a weapon before your cannabis license.
and so the only limitations that you're really going to have are going to be put on you from the federal government. And unfortunately, since it's still federally illegal, that's something that they're going to be able to do. Michigan, you can buy a firearm as far as Michigan's concerned. You can possess a firearm as far as Michigan's concerned to be a cannabis patient or user. Sometime what does come up as far as Michigan law is the felony firearm statute. That's a law that says if you're committing a felony and you possess a firearm, we're going to add an additional criminal charge that requires a mandatory 2 years in prison. And then that's a bummer. You know, you could be charged with the minor marijuana felony that wouldn't normally require any jail time, but because you had a firearm, they're going to charge you with a penalty of 2 years in prison. And that's a real thing. Less so nowadays because fewer people are charged with marijuana felonies, but it's still out there. And that's their biggest concern as far as the state of Michigan goes. And as far as the federal government goes, yeah, right now, in order to buy a firearm, they're going to ask you if you use cannabis or a federally or controlled one substance. And if you say yes, they're not going to give you the firearm. If you say no and you do, theoretically, they could get you for fraud. So you're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard spot as far as that goes. But until we get it changed at the federal level, there's not much we're going to be able to do about it. I think Michigan's doing things the right way when it comes to firearms and cannabis.
Yeah, 9/11, Friday 9/11's calling me out on that. No, my amendments. Thank you for that. My next question on that, though, is while we're on that subject, is carrying a concealed weapon in cannabis. At one point, they were very adamant about a caregiver not being able to carry a firearm. Has that changed, or is there a different outlook now that direction involved here?
Yeah, for a while, the carrying or it was your CCW permit was done at a county by county basis, and each county had a board. And there were a few counties that were, I think, interpreting the law incorrectly and hassling people about medical marijuana activity. I haven't seen anything like that in years, primarily because they removed the decision-making power from the counties, and it's now at a statewide level. So it's an easier process, and the state's basically just checking off paperwork. Whereas at the county level, they would like, oh, I know that guy. I don't want to give him one. And they would use cannabis against you, is what I've seen. But I don't think you have much to worry about as far as that goes now. I think you can certainly get your concealed carry permit and be a medical marijuana patient or caregiver.
Well, that's good to know. So I always thought that it was kind of silly, in my opinion, that because not that we're looking for trouble, but there's times when we were, being able to deal with places like the GC3 and stuff like that when we did have overages with us, and maybe a little bit of extra cash or whatever, and it just seemed wrong not to be able to defend ourselves. My next question would be: do you have any advice for somebody that has been pulled over and they're, about to be arraigned for the smell of cannabis? Maybe. report? Any advice there?
Yeah. So if they smell cannabis, I don't think you don't have to consent to a search. I would politely always refuse them searching your vehicle. It may not stop them from searching the vehicle, but it may give us something we can argue in court later on. If you consent to the search, we're going to have very little to argue about in regards to your Fourth Amendment right. But if you say no, you can't search, and they go ahead and search anyway, and I can prove they didn't have a valid reason, you could win in court. So we'll never consent to a search of the vehicle. And then if they're suspecting you of being under the influence, I don't think you want to give them any statements in regards to the last time you've used marijuana. So if they start asking you questions like, when's the last time you've used, I don't think you have any obligation to tell them anything. I would say, I'm remaining silent. I'm not telling you. And then if they start having you do like roadside field sobriety tests, like follow my finger, or the take 9 steps and turn around, or tilt your head back and close your eyes, those types of things, you have no obligation to do those at any time. I would always refuse to do those tests. Those tests are set up for you to fail, and for you to for the officer to interpret it in a way that you failed. Let's put it that way. They're not going to help you. So I would say don't do that. If they have you take a roadside chemical test, meaning to try to determine if you have THC or marijuana in your body at the roadside, refuse that. That's going to be in the form of a swab. Some agencies are doing that. Refuse that. So don't tell them that you've used, don't tell them when you last used, don't take any tests at the scene. Now, if they arrest you, once you've been arrested, they're going to ask you to take what's called an evidentiary chemical test. That's going to be a chemical test they're going to use in court against you. You can refuse that one, but if you do, they're going to try to suspend your license for 1 whole year. And ultimately, I'm not concerned about cannabis being in someone's blood, because the cannabis test, they're going to go and take you to the hospital and get your blood drawn. You want to accept that, because we don't want to have to fight over you getting your license suspended for a year on the refusal. I would rather fight in court that number doesn't mean anything, because that number that they're going to get on this blood report is going to tell them that you had cannabis in your blood. But we're not going to dispute that. We're going to say, well, what does that number mean? And they don't have anyone that can tell them what that number means, because the science isn't there to determine what a certain nanogram level means in terms of impairment. Unlike with alcohol and other drugs, we have studied, or with like other drugs and alcohol and other drugs, we have studies that have shown at certain levels we see certain types of impairment. Marijuana is much, much different than the way the human body interacts with it. And they've done numerous studies to try to correlate specific THC levels with impairment. And every single time, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they're the ones that do these reports and these studies, they come back and the studies say there is no correlation between THC and impairment, meaning that it can be all over the map. High numbers could mean impairment, low numbers could mean impairment, and pretty much anything in between, or none of them could mean impairment. There'd be no impairment. So me fighting a case with a number that really just shows it was there, but doesn't show when you took it or how it affected you, I can fight that in court. So don't take the blood test, but refuse everything else.
Is that in itself a reason for arrest? If they pull you over and you refuse their roadside test and their swab, is that in itself a reason for arrest?
It shouldn't be, and that might be how we end up beating the case. But ultimately, it's not up to me on whether or not the officer feels there's probable cause. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the judge, right? So if they arrest you, but I can show the judge that there wasn't probable cause for the arrest, that, look, judge, all they had was the smell of marijuana. But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't tell them how long ago they smoked. Because I'll ask an officer, you've been able to smell marijuana like a day later after someone's used it. Isn't that true? And they'll be like, yeah, you know, because the odor can linger around quite a while, right? So the odor itself doesn't mean anything. So I'll tell a judge, look, the odor doesn't mean anything. My client didn't do anything else except drive and have the odor. That's not probable cause. And I think I could get a lot of judges to agree with me that the odor alone isn't probable cause that you're impaired. And if that's all they have is the odor, then they might have arrested you. But if I can show the arrest was improper, your case gets dismissed and you go home. Unfortunately, you got arrested and you had to hire me and we had to go to court. But at least it turns out, you know, better than you getting convicted.
Yeah, I'm glad you came on and clarified that up, all in itself, because me and another gentleman, Smiley's Gardens, were talking about this the other day, and he was telling me, he was suggesting the same thing you just said. He said, "Man, I've always heard to refuse everything, you know." It's and I'm like, man, I just think that's bad advice. I'm pretty sure if you refuse that roadside test, you can lose your license. And I kind of Googled it, and from what I seen, it, you know, I roughly read it. I thought we were both kind of in a way right that, you know, he. But you're definitely saying that that in itself isn't a reason for arrest. That they have to have some probable reason, you know, to arrest you.
And granted, officers arrest people all the time without probable cause. So that might not save you from getting arrested, but it might give us enough to work on in court so you can avoid a conviction. And yeah, the breath test, or I'm sorry, the test you take at the roadside, the swab, is only a fine if you refuse it. The blood test is different if you refuse. By that point, you've already been arrested. There's no going back. You've been arrested. They're going to get your blood in a month or two. They're going to know what's in it. At that point, there's nothing to fight over. We're going to agree you have marijuana in your blood. We don't really care. The fight's going to be whether or not that would put you under the influence. And that number on that sheet of paper we ultimately get isn't going to have any bearing on whether or not you were under the influence.
Man, you have drawn. And again, man, I apologize for this not being the fun interview that it normally is. This has probably just been another day at work for you, when most people come on and you know, rather enjoy themselves, smiling and whatnot. And this seems like much in it like a day at work for you, brother.
No, but I enjoy what I do, so I mean, this isn't too bad at all. I got a lot I could go over on different things. I'd be more than happy to do this again some other time.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Continue on some of these things for sure.
That'd be awesome. I'd love that. So for a minute, since you kind of said you'd be willing to come another day and discuss some more topics, then let's take it in a little bit funner direction. Let's ease it up before. So, do you grow at all? Do you have?
I have in the past, but I do not right now. No.
Yeah. I don't blame you. It can be kind of time consuming. It sounds like you're a pretty busy man. It's kind of hard to take care of plants when you're running around the state defending us.
Yep. I've been a caregiver over the years, mostly not to grow plants, but mostly just to assist people. I've been a patient myself and a caregiver, but not one that possessed plants. So, but I have grown in the past, but it's been a while.
Yes, he does smoke, JD's. They were just asking if you smoke and what strains do you smoke?
I mostly smoke like rosin right now. I have a rosin press, and I'll press my own hash and make some rosin. That's mostly what I smoke now. As far as strains go, I mean, I like cookies. I don't know. I like a lot. I'm not real picky strain guy. I like stuff that tastes good, you know. but mostly just dabs and solventless stuff right now is what I've been, using for the last probably couple years. I've had the privilege of being a cannabis cup judge probably like 7 or 8 times, and that's always been a fun experience, trying out all the different strains. Last summer, I was able to judge one of the cannabis cups in Seattle, and I flew out to Washington to pick up my judge's kit and judge one of the cannabis cups out there that they did last summer, and that was pretty cool. So.
I've had the opportunity to judge a couple myself. That is a pretty cool experience, but never out of state though. That'd be pretty awesome. I'm almost afraid that that whole thing's gone.
I think it is. Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, they keep hitting up my email pretty hard for the stock offerings, and they had a CEO that was on the job for like 2 weeks and left. So I don't think that's a good sign. I wish them well. I love going to the Cannabis Cups. I love being a participant in it, and I think it'll be a sad day when they move on. I know some people in Michigan, weren't maybe the biggest fans of the Cannabis Cups, think they were over commercializing it and this and that. I think it put an opportunity there for people that wanted that kind of opportunity and experience. And I think it'll be hard to replace for people that want that sort of big atmosphere and big experience. I don't think we'll probably ever see anything quite like what we've seen at the Cannabis Cups over the years, ever.
I love the events, the community being able to meet up with so many different walks of life, age groups. That smell just when you get out of the car of 100 different strains in the air, dabs. That's kind of what's always. I always got it. I've heard people bitch about the price and everything, but for me, it was always worth it. Fucking, you'd go to a fair and pay that much in a day and not have near as much fun. That's for damn sure. So it was always worth it in that aspect. And I get them emails too on the stock options, and it's like, I'd rather support the cup events, but I sure don't want to finance you being a recreational grow company that probably ain't gonna be worth a shit, and probably my competitor on some level. So I'm not down with that.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have Danny Danko coming on, who they've already relieved. First off, right off the bat, they relieved him. I thought, and they kind of lost some support from me right off the bat when I found out about that. I'm like, man, when they're cleaning house on some of the people that helped build what they just bought, that's kind of bullshit. But I'm curious to see his angle on it when he gets on the show. I'm not gonna ask him to talk about it, but again, the show has no limits. If he wants to go on about it, I'm not going to gag him. That's for sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Oh, yeah, and that's where I've actually had the opportunity to meet you at. As a matter of fact, is quite a few cups there representing and handing out good stuff to people, and I still got a fanny pack and a frisbee from Detroit.
Nice.
Heck yeah, I thought that's awesome. Just the fact that you're out there shaking hands and supporting the community is huge. Not just another law firm that is there to help. You know what I mean? I'd rather have somebody that's there to help and there to smoke with me. I've had a great day with. You know what I mean? Somebody I feel like is more like myself, not just a suit and tie that doesn't want to participate in the community.
Yeah, that's a good point. I always tell people that you can't imagine anybody's really going to fight more for you than yourself, right? I mean, nobody's going to fight harder for you than you, right? So if you're going to get somebody, and let's say you can't fight for yourself in court, maybe because you don't understand the complexities of the procedure and the evidence, the rules of evidence, and all those things we learned in law school. So you got to realize you got to maybe get somebody else to fight for you. Now, who's going to fight more for you? Someone that's like you or someone that's not like you? Generally, the person that's going to fight the hardest for you is going to be someone that's like you. And I think that really, you know, comes into play a lot. And when I take on cases and represent clients, is that I maybe tend to fight a little bit harder for some of my clients because I'm a lot like they are, and I could easily be in their shoes, and things like that. So I don't really look at it as like I'm any different than my clients. You know, I've been around cannabis my entire life, and yeah, I think that comes into play though.
I think that comes into play a lot. Like I said, it shows. You know, like you said, yeah, I'd rather have somebody on my team that is more just like myself. That means a lot to me. That's
Hmm.
for damn sure.
Hmm.
Well, I know it's been we've got hour and a half into this. I didn't think I would nearly get you for that long. How
That's
you
cool.
feeling? Would you want to tap out? You look like you've had a long day, and
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I gotta
I don't.
meet a client at 10 in the morning, and I got a couple hours of work to probably do before I go meet with him tomorrow morning. So I got to get up at probably like 7. So I should probably get to sleep here in a little bit. Probably go smoke a couple more dabs and then go to bed. But I had
I
fun.
don't.
I mean, I enjoy talking about cannabis, and I enjoy helping people understand complexities in the legal system. And because like my goal really in like talking to people and doing this is so they don't ever have to hire me and we don't have to go to court. I'd much rather someone hear me give a couple, you know, tips here on this video and never have to deal with the officers, never have to, you know, deal with the officers taking all their stuff, putting them in jail for the night and bonding out. You know, maybe we win in court, but we can't undo all that bad shit. The only way to undo that stuff is to never have it happen. And the way we keep things from happening is by being educated and knowing what's going on, right? And so the more I can do something like this, you know, I think the more benefit I can provide to people out there and help them from being in these bad situations involving police officers and raids and things like that. So I love doing this. And like I said, I would be on this show whenever you ask me, pretty much, just to do that, to help people, you know, understand the complexities of what's going on in the legal profession. Um, yeah, I also like. I think the more people know that, well, it's a little different nowadays, but I enjoy being out there as a cannabis user, as somebody who's a lawyer, because that's not what people necessarily envision, or I think that breaks stereotypes somewhat. And I think if everybody was more upfront about the fact that they used cannabis, we wouldn't have the stigmas that we have today. Because pretty much everybody that has a strong belief against cannabis knows someone they highly respect that uses it and lies to them and doesn't tell them they use it. And that continues that stigma, you know. I mean, so I think the more I'm all about it. And being on a show like this, I think helps to, you know, to show that it's okay to come out there and say, yes, I use cannabis, and it's okay. I also always like to put out one thing when I talk as much as I can when I'm getting interviewed, and that is to talk about, like we've talked about medical and recreational a little bit both today. There's two different laws, one for medical, one for recreational. And that's been something we've talked about since like 2008. And what is medical? What is recreational? And I think we need to stop talking about that in some ways. I mean, we didn't really talk about that tonight too much, but I think in general, as we're out and about with our friends or this or that, I think we kind of need to, in some ways, try to stay away from this difference between the two, because I don't ask my friends that do yoga, like, hey, are you doing yoga because it's medicinal or recreational? I don't know that it's either one. It's a little bit of both. Just like if somebody's walking down the street, like a casual walk in the evening, I don't stop them and ask, hey, are you walking because it's medicinal or recreational? It's a little bit of both, you know, like they're just doing it. It's a good thing to do. I think we need to look at cannabis that way, and that it doesn't necessarily have to be medical, recreational. How about it's part of a healthy lifestyle, like yoga could be, like walks after work, you know, like casual walks through the park or whatever, all of those things. And there's many more I could go on. that I think cannabis can be looked at that way. And so when I talk and speak in places like this, I always like to just put out that point of view, and that let's try to look at it like maybe something more like a yoga, in that it's a little bit of both. It's good for your mind and your body, medical and recreational, kind of. So anyway, I'm just gonna kind of leave it with that. But
I appreciate that, and I don't want to rebut that, but I'm gonna. I appreciate that. I love the perspective of it all. But in my opinion, the only reason I try to distinguish the two, but I don't run around and, like you're saying, I don't try to judge. I won't judge. I'm right there with you. As long as I see somebody using it, I'm excited. As long as I see somebody growing the plant or whatever, as far as that goes, I don't give a fuck if they're smoking an auto or photo period smoke. None of that matters to me. As long as they're doing it, they're doing it. But the only thing that I'm an advocate for is the licenses to kind of keep the caregiver system alive somewhat, because I think they ultimately offer a better product than what's out there now for the patients, for sure. And I'm in a little way, I'm afraid that if we don't keep the medical card system going, that the political and the economics behind it may the medical shit may fall behind if they don't see the consistent numbers of medical cards. I'm afraid that the research may halt a little bit because there's not so many medical cards in every state. Well, if that number starts to dwindle, well, research they might go, well, nobody's interested anymore. So why are we fucking researching it now? To where, if the numbers stay high for the medical cards, and then there's more interest in, further testing it for medical purposes, is basically my argument again.
Oh yeah, I agree 100% that we need to keep the medical program. I think it's really beneficial for patients to have a caregiver that can uniquely grow products given their needs. You can't do that with large scale commercial activity. I think that's 100% important. I think for innovation in the industry, having 72 plants grown is critical. And I don't ever want to see it go away. I just think in popular culture, our mindset, I don't think we need to really ever try to differentiate between what is this person using marijuana for? Is it recreational or is it marijuana or medical? I think as far as use goes, we don't need to start drawing those lines. As far as, the industry and, supply for patients and things like that, I think the caregiver is 100% needed and shouldn't go away. I agree.
I almost think that person that you're referring to that's running around and trying to differentiate the two needs to partake themselves. Because you're running around just trying to start arguments. It sounds like you need to smoke a little bit yourself and relax and find out exactly why everybody's doing it.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think when we use the word recreational, I think we also paint a different picture, that people that don't use it are going to look maybe a little more negatively upon it. Like if people look at yoga as being clearly recreational, they might these guys are silly. Like, what are they doing? Like, that's fun to sit there and do that, right? But if you combine like a holistic perspective to it, I think it makes more sense and people can accept it more. People that maybe are on the fence or unsure of it or don't like it. So I think when we use recreational, I think it can kind of come back to bite us in the butt a little bit. And then when we use medical, same thing, because they're like, oh, it's medicine. I think it's got to no, it's not either. This is something different. Like, you know what I mean? Now, granted, for some people it is medical, and it is. I think it's always got some medical aspects to it, totally. Just like yoga always has some sort of medical benefits to it. And granted, this is more powerful than yoga, 100%. Cannabis can do amazing things. I'm not trying to compare them like that. I just think we need to look at it from not always one or the other, it is its own thing. It doesn't need to be pushed into a box. It's cannabis. It's good for us. It's been handed down for thousands of years as something that's beneficial for us to use as humans.
That's in itself a good point right there. I mean, there's nothing else to compare it to because there's nothing else like this that's
Yes.
so beneficial. I mean, these things are so beneficial from the time we throw them into the dirt to the time I check off with you and start working with them. The therapeutic value of just being in there and relieving the stress, just working in the garden, to talking with you about it. You know what I mean? That's some, right there. It's putting me in a good mood. It's raising my spirits. To the medical effects it has. There's nothing else to the industrial uses it has. There's absolutely nothing in the world that compares to this plant. That's for sure. So it's hard to compare it and put it in the category like you're saying. It's hard. I think we need to quit using the word marijuana too, just because of the negative stigmatism that was brought forth with it. We're just ushering that along with it. I think we all need to just keep calling it cannabis now, because that's what it was always called before.
Yeah, I think that's the best practice. It's hard to do. I mean, I'm sure I probably used the term marijuana several times through this conversation, but I try to use cannabis.
But you have to in law, don't you? And because of the terminology, the way that, and that's another thing. I know you're trying to sign off, but the A and the J and the H and the J, marijuana and marijuana, you know what I mean? Is that something in itself kind of a loophole? I mean, other than the way Michigan spells it, I've never seen it spelt or dealt with like that. I always think like it's one of the when they try the marijuana stamped act, it's almost like that loophole. I feel like one day they're gonna come in and go, you dumb fucking stoners. I mean, it isn't spelled right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know how to explain why they did it that way. I think they just went for the more phonetical spelling. I don't think there's anything, behind the scenes going on with that. In some ways, I think for a while it helped to differentiate medical use from non. Again, I'm talking, but legally speaking, medical from non-medical, because when referring to it in a brief, for instance, like if I were spelling it the way Michigan spells it, for instance, it would imply medical use because that's the context that it was spelled in. And I think it provided some clarity as a tool in writing to refer when I'm spelling it the way it's used in the statute. I'm referring to it in the statute, but that's more of a legal sort of benefit, not to the average person.
Two last things, and you've been too gracious with your time. You've been more than gracious with your time, because my theory on time, especially as we get older, it's just so valuable. And your time and knowledge is extra valuable in my book, because usually, like I said, this is a fun thing, but you've dropped tons and tons of knowledge. There's been all night long thank yous. And I'm sure if anybody ever does need you, you're going to be the first person they call. But since this is a little bit on the funner side, two things. One's the sound bite that they haven't reminded me about, which usually they're very good about. And the other thing was a simple sign off where they can find you and all that good shit. But the soundbite thing is, I started early on. I did a 420 episode one, by the way, too, for it started out to be like charity, but I smoked 24 hours on the air and had guests rolling all day long, and YouTube took it down because it was longer. If I'd known this when I did it, I would have broke the show up into 2 12-hour episodes. But they let me wait for like a month, hoping that it was going to happen. And just the other day, they were like, "Yeah, it's too long. You broke the limitations." It's like, so it's gone forever. But when I started the sound bite because I was hoping that it was going to be 50. And when I started this, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this like celebration type thing. But 50 came fucking fast. But so now maybe 100. But you remember the old school radio stuff when you'd like in the 70s, you know, when they'd go to a commercial and the artist or whatever would give you the station identification and themselves. Can you give me that sound bite? This is Josh Covert from Michigan Cannabis Attorney Law, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle. Can you give me that little spiel real quick for my sound bite there?
Yeah, this is Josh Covert. I'm the Michigan Cannabis Defender with the Michigan Cannabis Lawyers, and I'm on Talking Shit with Eagle. I got the name of the wrong, right? What's the whole name of your show?
Fucking talking shit
Fucking
with
Talking
Eagle.
Shit with Eagle. Okay. Yeah, I can do it again here. This is Josh Covert with the Michigan Cannabis Lawyers. I'm the Michigan Cannabis Defender, and I'm on here on the fucking Talking Shit show with Eagle.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
Cool. No problem.
But I'll take that. I'll take that. It's pretty awesome. And the last thing is just to, go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you if they need to get a hold of you and that good stuff. And you're goodbye.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can look me up on our website, micannabislawyers.com or 710law.com. Both of those will take you to the same website. We've got all our social media links on there. You can find me on Instagram with Michigan Cannabis Lawyers or Michigan Cannabis Defender. Other social media platforms. You'll see me at events throughout the state. Call my office, look me up on Google. If you type in Josh Covert attorney on Google, you'll find some pretty cool articles and some cool stuff. So just give me a call. I appreciate being on here. And like I said, if you want me on again sometime to go over some of these issues that we just kind of brushed on tonight, I'd be more than happy. Just let me know.
Oh, I'd be more than willing to take you up on that sometime in the future. And thank you. Thank you. Because I'm sure you've put to rest some worries for some people that I know they had. And you've dropped a ton of knowledge. I can't thank you enough, man.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Well, I'm going to go do a couple dabs and then probably go to sleep here. So thanks a lot, though. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. All right. You have a good, excellent tomorrow, and good luck in the future.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Josh Covert of Michigan Cannabis Law. That is pretty awesome of him to come on and drop some knowledge on us like that. I hope you ever need somebody. I hope you don't ever need somebody, but if you do, I hope that's somebody you take time and look up. I'll be sure to link his stuff in the description after the show. And yeah. So what time is it? Holy cow, 1:31. It's still a little bit early. How's everybody doing tonight? And what are you smoking tonight? Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. 41 still watching. Yeah, let's hear it. How you guys doing? It's a little bit of that one-on-one time. Who's in chat? And Jill Carter, hey, how you doing tonight? I don't get to see that often, or more frequent than not, but I appreciate you popping in tonight, that's for sure. Oh yeah, Tommy Tricombs, he put on a great episode the other night. Charlie's Farms is always a great guest as well. Always enjoy all my time with everybody that comes on here. I enjoy just coming on here and talking with everybody in chat. It always raises my spirits and is an excellent part of the day, for sure. Who we got in here? We have Humble Gardener 420, Organic for Life. Good morning to you, sir. North Star for my 45th birthday. Holy, same birthday as my daughter. Today is Alexis's birthday. You shared the same day. That's pretty fucking awesome. There's Lexi right there. Lexi, you share the same day as Hummel Gardner there. Today is both your guys' birthday. John Boy, Charlie's Farm, How you doing, brother? Jake Grower still rocking in the wedding cake. That sounds pretty fucking good. Majestic Marks. How you doing today? BNN Plasma. How you doing? We nerds for life. Gotta have much love and respect for all the weed nerds. Oh, Smiley might jump in. Let me see. Let me grab these numbers real quick and pass them over just in case he wants to pop in. Gotta love the copy and paste. Copy, paste. Time saver. Those are, yeah, they are set up in my tents. The LED tents are off in the off cycle now. This one's up and running, and that tent's half harvested. Excuse me. Cake. Gotta love the cake. Here we go, Smiley. Here we go. That's fucking fun. You guys gotta love Smiley. I haven't got much love for Smiley. He's a good dude. Definitely a good. Sifter of Gold. How you doing? Let's run through and give some shout outs. Smoking Grow Frazier. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Sir Sticky, Mr. No One. Appreciate everybody for popping in and supporting the show. Means way more than you'd ever know to me. That's for sure. Who else have we got in chat tonight? Chris Mertz. What's up, brother? You're always welcome to jump in anytime you want, brother. I don't know if you want a special. Excuse me. Get a drink. Damn. That didn't sound good. Like a good cough, did it? A little dry. Oh yeah, you do, Tommy. You do only a sound bite. One of the few that slipped through. Oh. Antero, Sensimilia, how you doing tonight, Ellie? Bill Sid. Oh, and Jill did say hi. I was all lost in the interview. I'm sorry I missed that. What do we got here? What is chat talking about? No one is burning smoking paper. Well, that's no good. How's it go? Oh, Resurrection Prophet, how you doing tonight? You've been getting baked with Fumidor and friends. That's pretty cool. I think that's awesome the way he's opened that smoke session up with everybody. It's pretty cool. It's really cool. I haven't seen no Fumi in chat here in a few days. Kind of miss it. Kind of miss it. I'm still puffing out a little bit of I got to bring it up on my phone. I don't have it installed on this PC yet. Fuck, I forgot what I was talking about. What's up, Modern Genetics? What am I smoking on? Problem Punch 2. How's it going? Let's talk about. Oh, he talked about it over an hour and a half. Ooh, Cuvée sounds really good. Let me see here. Got here. Cookies cushion my bowl. That sounds pretty good. Cookies here too. I like the cookies, but I'm not like. It's not something that like it's a must in my garden. I got ambrosia. That sounds pretty good. Bud Twins. Sorry about the dead air there. I'm trying to read chat. Screen share out at the same time. More kush leaning, so it's more fuely. Is that what you're talking about? The dosey dose. I like to smoke it, but I hear it's not the best grower. What I've heard. Fucking Primal F2 is delicious. I could smoke on this for quite a while before I get sick of it. That's for sure. This and the Dominatrix is what I'm really chiefing on the most right now. Other than fuck, I would like to sit here and say that the Beautiful Loser is the one I'm chiefing on the most, but I can't keep this shit. It's gone as soon as I can get it, and like I'm gonna say no to my patients. Oh damn it! Yeah, I bring it back up. I gotta get rid of some shit. Gotta get it ready before I fucking just do that. I guess. Way too much shit going on my phone. That stinks. No, the F2s aren't films, they're regular seeds. Try to get some music on. I have a hard time fucking concentrate. I'm like one of them people that I actually have to have multiple things going. Concentration. Oh, I wanna looking through my YouTube here, man. I wanna see Gaethje and fucking McGregor fight. I was hoping that was gonna happen before the Tony Ferguson. I was hoping Tony and Khabib were gonna fight, but I was really hoping Connor and Gaethje would be able to go at it first. Any thoughts on that shit? Kind of neglected the chat here. Definitely worth dropping that primal. I've got the GMO primal going too. The Beautiful Loser is Challenger Deep times Winnie, which in long terms is Star Destroyer times Wizard's Glue times C99 times Durban Poison. The latter two being the parent or the father. When you say small, but you can give me a reference of size, I'd like to pollinate it with something if it's good. What do you mean? Small. Are you talking to me? Yeah, this is where I gotta get some music going. So when I'm not talking, you guys can be listening to something. Uh, really gun shy anymore about what I'm trying to put on fucking YouTube without fucking getting shot down. Copyright's a bitch. You know what's as I've looked into like the whole podcasting type thing, that's the biggest thing they talk about too is fucking watch out for copyrights, man. Copyright. They're the ones that get you. cross conversations. It's my bad. My bad. It's hard to keep up and jump in and know if you guys are talking to me or not. You guys should just tag me if you guys are talking to me. Winning tasted just like Durban poison. And that's what it tastes. Right now, the beautiful loser tastes like Winnie, but it has the bud structure of the Challenger D. It tastes like a grapefruit, like cheese Danish. That's what the beautiful loser tastes like. Uh, Missing the Major General 420 Army tonight. Always honored that he stops in. Well, I'm honored everybody stops in. Let's see if I go like a low volume here, should be all right, as long as it's not blasting, deafening into the mic. So, smoke 2 joints. Can't even hear it. No stupid question. That's right. Reefers. Oh, Smiley's been waiting. Sorry, Smiley. I wonder how long fucking Smiley should sit there. How long you been hiding behind my fucking little box there? I moved. There's like, oh, let me shut this off now. I got somebody to talk to. I brought up. They were talking to me about wanting to see the Wise Cam, which I probably showed. Not that I got somebody that can talk and keep me focused while I'm doing that. So I brought up the invite panel, so it was right there. And I'm sitting here killing time, kind of thinking, man, I wonder what's going on with Smiley if he's gonna join in and shit. And I'm sitting here killing time, yakking in shit, and start playing music because I'm like, man, he might not be popping in and shit. So I'm like fucking just yakking along and fucking. I go to move that box. I exit out of that box and there's Smiley. There's Smiley right there, fucking blinking. Let me in. Let me in. I didn't even know you were there the whole time. Usually it fucking blinks down here on fucking participants too, but I didn't even know you were there. Sorry, man. How you doing tonight?
I was good, man. I was just kicking off my boots and wanted to jump on and say happy birthday to Lexi. It's actually her birthday, so ha ha ha. That's awesome, though.
I don't know if I'm ready for 21.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It's a dangerous age right there. Lexi's been my firecracker. I love that girl sincerely. And as far as all the kids that all my girls, she was the first one to utilize like, I'm 18, you can't tell me shit, fuck you. It was Lexi at 18. The other girls were like, yeah, I'm 18. Her older sister, the younger sister's not there yet, but she's close. But Lexi, when she turned 18, she was like, you ain't telling me shit. You can't tell me nothing anymore. So her turning 21 scares me a little bit. I'm scared. Hopefully, Y stays ahead.
Yep. Now, Tommy was asking me to work on the garden late at night, and yeah, my lights run 8 at night, so 8 in the morning, so that's kind of, well, I guess veg is 4 in the afternoon, so 10 in the morning. So.
I actually fucking am feeling, I decided to start cycling off the LEDs. I use that shit, I use my garden in ways that I know I should smile. I know 100% that there are specific ways plants should be grown. for it to be, for them to be completely happy. And and you say, repetition is everything too. That same watering time, the same, keeping all that in line is very, very important. But I've always treated these bitches like around my schedule. I've always grown around my fucking schedule and my needs selfishly. So after I harvested the LED side of shit over here, uh, I dragged there to clean up that shit, and then I restocked it, and we got a cold snap. So I used that LED side to kind of keep it shit warm out here a little bit. So I went under like a 24-hour veg, just to kind of keep the temperature consistent over here. Even though, especially now, I'm noticing the difference in the stronger lights. I've seen a lot of research, reflecting it, saying that the newer, stronger LEDs can make plants deficient in longer runs. They actually can cause lockouts at Cal and Mag. And so, despite knowing all that, I still do it. But I'm starting to see the reflex of it. They don't like that. They definitely don't like to be on 24 under them stronger LEDs. So tonight's the first night I've started the old 18-6 regimen on that side. And I'm feeling it tonight, man. It's a little chilly in here. A little chilly in here tonight. I could turn off some fans. I could dial some shit back tonight.
Mystic Marks is killing me, man. He always does it every time, dude. But yeah, definitely my biggest loss is my rolling machine. Rolling joints, he said, is bong. It's a constant draw. I can't solve it. I don't know. Definitely is a constant draw. That's funny. It is probably, man. Honestly, that was what my whole reason to start growing was because I wanted to smoke better weed, or better cannabis. So
Oh man, I've been neglecting some chats here.
yeah, I was
My
doing that. I was throwing out shout outs to everybody. Sorry guys, they cut you off at like 200 characters, so I'm sure there's people I've missed. But trying to show love. It's always fun hanging out.
We enjoy having you. I enjoy having you, that's for sure. I know they enjoy having you on as well. I just try not to make it like a dedication for you. You know what I mean? I know I enjoy having you on, nightly, but I don't want to imply like it's a job. You know what I mean? I don't want you to make you feel like, you gotta be here and shit. But I enjoy having you. That's no that's no bullshit. I'm not gonna definitely not gonna be like, oh damn, Smiley again. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. I'm always stoked that you're willing to jump on it.
Yeah, if I can make it, I definitely, man. I love hanging out. It was cool last night. I was hanging out and listening to those. Jack's always fun to listen to too, man. He's got a lot of good info.
I don't know if you ever get a chance to look at the comments of the shows, but you always get a lot of nice comments in a lot of the shows. How much they enjoy you being a part of this.
Well, I can see him now. I got a wrench.
No, I mean in the comment section after the show. You know what I mean? That comment section. There's always nice things that are being said.
That's cool. No, man, I just like jumping on, shooting shit, helping people if we can, and talking about growing. I learn a lot, especially with the guests you got lined up, man. There's always something to learn. What was I didn't catch the beginning of the show, but what was the guy's name that was on tonight? The Michigan.
Josh Covert. Josh Covert of Michigan Cannabis Lawyers.
Yeah, he did a really good job, man. You could tell he was loves the community and new as shit. That's always cool. Lawyers are good people to have on your team. Especially good ones. So.
Yeah, he was nice enough to say that he'd be willing to come back if we ever had questions too.
That's cool. That's real cool. I've had a
I didn't. I was.
luckily I've had to only get a lawyer a couple different times, man. And I've been really blessed with getting great people to work with. So
I wasn't sure how the response was going to be about like a lawyer, like a more serious episode, but I thought it was kind of important to try to get some good info out there.
no, you were grilling with some good questions. I could see where I was thinking that too. Like, man, he probably feels like he's working another damn shift here or whatever. But I mean, honestly, that's his. It's like anybody, you know. Like if somebody had hydro or growing in cocoa questions, I mean, you got experience, you're knowledgeable, and you're willing to share it. And you know, what I mean, it doesn't. I don't know. He came off the same way. He's experienced, knowledgeable, and he's willing to share it. You know, it's just a different expertise than any of us have. So.
Yeah, but sometimes it can be like that. Like I noticed that with Pedro the other night. You remember me reference that almost a little bit with him because he's went over a lot of them subjects just so many times, and he actually at one point just looked like he was like working, like he was just teaching the class. And I tried to mix it up at that point because it shouldn't be like work. I want you coming on here and being like it's a dreadful experience, man. That sucks. That
Yeah.
sucks when you get to feeling like that.
I'm glad you got to clarify that too about the roadside sobriety test because that's good info to know. Like they could threaten you with taking your license and all that shit if you're not going to do it. But I do know the other lawyer I
You
listened
were
to.
right too.
Yeah, he
You
said
were right,
it's all
brother.
their interpretation, man. If they make you jump stand on one leg, fucking whatever they want you to do, it's all their interpretation. And the minute it's written down that you failed, there's no arguing it in court. But if you refuse it, then it gives them no other thing than to go on other than you refused it, you know. But the blood thing's probably different. I like that he pointed that out because that's then you're already under arrest. Then you got it, you know what I'm saying? So up until then, you can refuse the shit.
It was. I didn't know that. I was super glad he clarified that because we talked about it that one night, and even though it sounded like great advice, and it still sounds like great advice, not to give him any more ammo than you know. But I always, for real, thought it was like almost an instantaneous thing. You refuse that roadside, it was like an instantaneous loss of license. But apparently, that's not the case. It's not until the blood you refuse that blood that
I
it's
think
the
it's a matter.
automatic.
I think what he was getting at is it's a matter of they've already placed you under arrest. You know what I mean? Up until then, they're still trying to find a reason to arrest you, and you shouldn't give them any reason. You know what I mean? So once you're in handcuffs and they're taking you down, yeah, you shouldn't refuse it then or whatever because the charges are already made. You know. But I don't know, man. Like you say too, the cops can fucking, they can do shit, and it just is that way until it goes to court, and then they drop the case, and oh well, sorry, you know what I mean. But they still fucked you up for months, you know what I mean. So it's a shitty deal all around.
Sometimes I think that's what they count on, that you backing down because you're not willing to make that fight. I think they count on that on like 70% of people.
But that's what's cool about some of the organizations out there that if you're in the right, like the MMA, I might be saying that wrong, but there's the Michigan marijuana organization when it originally came out, they'll fight for you if you're in the total right of the law and still get fucked with. They'll do it, pro bono for no charge, come into the team and fight for you. But I know you got to be to the T on the law. But
That was a good question that I should have asked him was his thoughts on normal, the importance of being in part of like normal these days.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar. I know they've been around for a long time. I guess I'm not sure what they're able to get accomplished, but I definitely think that's something that for sure is if you can get a really good organization that's going to advocate. I mean, having somebody at the Capitol building speaking your story is important. So if you can do that as a group is really killer.
You notice something? Oh, I like to point out is like, you notice I don't ever try to fucking steal. Like, I always try to give credit where credit's due. Like when I'm asking them questions, like when I talked about the roadside there, I completely like noted you. You know what I mean? And I think that's important to do with people. That you know what I mean. You should always give people credit if you've gotten a good idea for them or whatever. You know,
Oh yeah,
still
that,
an idea man. You still qualifying as the idea man. Well after 420 there, bro.
but honestly though, that's like a lot of the thing I have like a hard time of. I pass along a lot of information and I gather a lot of information about growing weed. So I don't always remember where it is, but I mean, a lot of the info, none of the info is mine. I can only talk about my own experience. You know what I mean? The actual
It,
information is usually shit I read or heard somewhere or whatever.
That's another thing. In particular, if you were part of our you caught last night, and again, life's busy. You don't catch them. I don't blame you. Fucking 5 hour shows. Who's got time to catch every fucking 5 hour show? I don't blame you. Uh, but I was I was suggesting that book to Jack. We were kind of touching on the frequency issue again, and I was told him, I was like, man, I'm really enjoying this book that Smiley suggested, Secret Life of Plants there. And again, I kind of went on a little tangent about how I was enjoying the book. But I did 100%. I didn't want to be like, oh, I read that book. And you know what I mean? Start saying, you know what I mean? Start suggesting it like it was all me and shit. I was quick to point out right from the get that you had suggested the book to me. And I was enjoying it very much. Not that, you know what I mean? Oh, I
Yeah.
discovered this great book. I didn't want you to look back at the episode and be like, what a dick. I totally turned him on to that
Honestly, I could care less.
book.
That book, to keep in that same spirit, I heard that on the Dude Grow show. Scotty Real was the one that threw that book out. So that's the only reason I read it was he had thrown it out there. And I was actually really surprised that Jack hasn't read it because all the like those stories he was like to the T. That's right out of the book. Like somebody had told him about those, but for something I don't know. But he knew the people's name better than I remembered it. So
Chris Mertz just threw me off. I was like, I just looked up and kind of was glancing through the chat and I seen shut the fuck up. I was like, what? What's what's going on in chat? What the fuck did I miss? Chris is such a nice guy. Who pissed Chris off? Jesus, do I gotta look back in chat? And I seen the Pop Brothers. It was like kind of hidden behind my camera there. I was like, my God, that kind of shit going on in the chat.
yeah, there you go.
When you coming out to show off that new light, Chris? This is the second time I've referenced you. And I'm saying, ganja grower.
Yeah, he was posting pictures of him. I seen
Oh,
that on the IG, on the interwebs.
the interwebs. Oh, man. Oh, I do have just a little bit of wax here.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been kind of enjoying this last run. It was a mix of trim from Gorilla Glue, Vader's Vintage, and Ghost OG, and it all got blasted at the same time, and it came out really awesome. It's kind of like the mix and match salad or whatever, but
I like them like that.
probably going to
Full
devolve
spectrum buzz.
So I'm probably going to divulge one of his secrets right now, but if anybody is blasting, he was saying that overpacking the shit out of the chamber, he's been getting a higher percentage of yield. So they would normally pack with 1,000 grams, and he's been pushing it up to like 1,300. And they actually get like a whole, like, I don't know, way of like smashing it with a sledgehammer, like super packing it in there to do it too. I don't know how good it is on the equipment, but it's like a 5% extra gain when he goes from that to that extra percentage or that extra weight.
Is there a way to up the pressure?
I don't know.
To go through it seems like you'd have to, or it would take longer to.
Well, you'd figure with more weight you're going to get more yield, but the percentage goes up. It is more yield, but it's actually a higher percentage of reclaim through it too. So that's what kind of blew our mind with it, was that I don't know why it would be a higher percentage. You'd think, you know, the solvent would wash what it washed and be what it'll be, you know. So I don't know if it has to trickle through there harder, or it's like a harder filter. It's getting in there better. I don't know. It's pretty interesting though.
That's what I'm assuming, that it's kind of creating its own like filter because it's packed so tight.
Yeah, because I mean, if you can gain 5% return, it's pretty fucking huge. Especially if you're at a 15% and you go to 20. I mean, that's a 25% gain on what you were getting. It's fucking huge.
Yeah. What is a decent number anymore for that? Is it like 30-40% return?
It definitely matters if it's trim or flower for sure. And a lot of the time, I would say 15, 12, 10, 10, 15 off trim, maybe. I don't know. I guess it depends on how sugary it is, all that shit. But, you know, I've seen them 15, 18 off the trim. So, 20 some. It's all
get comparable numbers off of my bubble hash, but there's quality difference there for sure. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll double check that. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Because that's about what you get on bubble hash too, ain't it?
I usually average, about 15, sometimes up to 20, depending on the strain.
That might not be right then. So you'd think a solvent would get way more, but and you're just doing trim too, right? You're not doing flour in the wash.
For the most part, it's trim. I do occasional flour wash. It gets to be if it's sat around for a minute, or if it, lost the turd smell. I don't even fuck around with marking it down or whatever. I just like straight wash. That's another thing I was kind of knowledgeable there. I was happy to hear that you kind of seen things, in the same light as about the multiple plantings or multiple clones per pot. That argument. That's good to know that there's room for that.
Yeah,
especially,
I was gonna say, I think you'd have a long way to get there. It'd be they'd still be counting them the way they want to count them when they arrest you, but you might get it backed up in
I don't think it'd be tough to so much room for, I mean, like you said, you'd be too easy to call in a botanist there. Get him to lead him to say once roots intermingle that they could be pretty much the same way and all that. I don't know, but yeah, if there was the same strain there, who's to say that they're not breaking up pre-soil and just one plant that broke up under the soil and came out?
I've had them like that too, where they're like a V right at the base. You know what I mean? Almost the way you climb.
I buried them down deeper like that, to where the branches were coming out separate like that, where they looked like they could have been different plants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just bury it a little deeper and it's there. I don't necessarily like doing that. I don't like getting that heart. I guess in a rose bush they'd call it a heart, the heart or whatever. But where all the branches come together. I don't necessarily like having that buried real deep under, what I mean, or even covered, because I think it gives you a lot of exposure to. It just puts that thing right in an area where it can have a problem. I think. I don't know. Maybe I think it could rot out the stem and do different shit if you got it really buried.
I always viewed it that they're just going to root out so much like the tomato plant that, once it's buried, they just start throwing roots. Might take a little bit longer if the stem's a little bit more woodier, but they'll definitely throw roots in time. There for a while, I was practicing like the Mr. Spliff method. You know anything about that?
No, not really.
No? No?
Dude, it's not. I'm not really into the. I don't know. I guess I never really followed them a ton, so
Well, basically, it was. This is my interpretation of the method. Okay. So I've always heard him joke around about, a lot of people don't even know why they're doing this. You know what I mean? But this was always my take on it, because I did practice the practice for a while. I played around with it, and I definitely um, I've seen some benefits from it. Definitely an uptake overall, plant structure, strength, and that's planting the plant up planting it basically, where you're only transplanting like the bottom half or 2/3 of the container. So you'd be leaving a third of the container up and exposed. Basically, with the thoughts that if you transplant too deep, that roots are going to go nowhere or put down anyway. So it gave a bigger root system to it, a bigger, hardier root system, a fresher supply of newts for longer too. You know what I mean? Bigger kitty of newts for the super soil. But I found what in the process of doing that is I did have incredibly big root balls. It didn't do anything but harden off anything that was up top. Uh, they just turned into like a woody, like stem like root. You know what I mean? Like, you ever see a tree that's came up and the roots are out of the ground and they're all hardened off and shit? That's basically what they've always did. And I don't know what or why, but I always had, impressive yields every time I did that method. For one, I can't even tell you exactly why I abandoned the method, but I did toy around with it for quite a while. Did see benefits, but I think it was just one of those things that kind of just squirreled off. Something else, some other technique caught my eye and shit, and I took off in another fucking direction, playing with that, and kind of just never looked back.
maybe it was something to do with having to, the plants would seem to maybe not be able to support themselves as well initially. I don't know. I don't know if that's part of it. It would seem they'd be a little tippy until they got really hardened off on the roots. But maybe I'm
Never
wrong.
seen a problem like that, man. But I always had great plants, man. Especially after the roots hardened off, because you would after of time watering. You know what I mean? You'd always erode that little bit of that was hanging out there, and the roots would harden off. And maybe just a whole like air pruning type method thought on it. Give them roots nothing but send off a harder taproot down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they're really effective when they got the little hairs on them. I know that's when they're really super. But it's hard to say, man. Like I don't know. I've kind of noticed like when you, because I transplant right away, so in a way I'm kind of digging out that root ball. But I've noticed really crazy shit that kind of blew my mind with what I had formerly thought about root growth and like, you know, the whole idea that, oh, you know, late in flower, week 6, week 7, the roots kind of stop growing and shit like that. But I've seen some different things where the roots are really very active throughout the whole part of all the way up even into the senescence of the plant, you know, actively growing.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that the roots stop growing.
They don't, dude. I've seen it because, and it's not that I dig around in there, but I've seen it in the way that they come up after my blue mott drippers. You know what I mean? Like late in flower, the roots are trying to eat that thing still, so that tells me they're still growing. You know what I mean? So
I'd almost like to say, if you were going to re-veg the plant, that the root system you'd be limited to the root system prior to the prior life. You know what I mean? It would never be bigger and better than it was prior. You know what I mean? Basically, by what you're saying is like that first run, week 6 would be like limiting it right there, even on a re-veg, that you'd still be limited by that root system. It seemed like, with that being said, but it seemed like, you know, with the re-veg, or thinking that they could constantly go on and on and on and on, it seemed like that's what would make a re-veg possible and a bigger plant in the second round.
I think they go where the water is, like in certain cases, you know. I mean, I'm just going by the fact they were trying to eat the blue.
If they ain't growing, they're dying, ain't they? Isn't that another way of looking at it? If you ain't growing, you ain't using it, you're losing it.
Well, that's kind of what I look at in my mind's eye, I guess is the way I picture it, is the roots are becoming super active and growth happens where they need to have it happen, not necessarily. So it could be like an ebb and flow of certain, you know, parts of the root zone might be dying while other parts are growing and vice versa at different times, you know. I don't think they ever like go, oh, stop growing and whatever.
Right. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. You know, it's weird though. You want to hear something funny after like reading, or you can't say reading, listening to that Secret Life of Plants. I was out doing what I'm not. It depends on who you talk to. I was out recreational outside in the woods. You know what I'm saying? I was out and about. I wasn't out in the house today, but it's funny. Like after listening to that book, you know, I'm not all the way through it. And I actually rewound it some because I forgot and set my headphones down, and it played for a little while. I'm like, so I didn't listen to that. I got to go back. So I doubled back far enough to make sure, you know, I didn't miss anything. But I just thought it was funny after listening to that and driving through the forest there today. There's some big old fucking hills by me, man. I was looking at this one hill today and I was like, man, if you didn't have a fucking truck, then that hill's a motherfucker in the winter, man. I'm looking at the hill today as I'm coming up on it, and it's like this, man. It just looks like a wall. From like a quarter mile back, it looks like you're just like where'd that wall of dirt come from, and how am I supposed to get up that motherfucker? As soon as you get at the bottom of it, man, it is all. And this is a regular county road and shit. This isn't like a four-wheeling road or nothing. It's like during the wintertime, it's like you got to hit it right fast. But as they've logged a lot of the forest area through here, which is sad to see. But at one point, you're coming up this hill at the top of it, you could look over it to one side and see the devastation of the deforestation, and then look over to the one side and see some forest. But reading that book definitely does change your perception or perspective of plants there. You know, it does make you wonder if they're, because they're a living organism just like anything else. But after listening to that, it does make you wonder how much they're actually understanding. So as I'm driving through there, you know, and I see this fucking massive fucking just mess. If it's like almost like I could almost like hear the rest of them like screaming and shit. You know what I mean? It's the communication with them and shit. It's like a whole. After growing for so long and now like doing more research, like the botany books I've read lately as of late, and the fungus books and all that shit, and now the secret life of plants there. It definitely, as you're looking out through nature and going through it, it does. Uh, it's a fresh perspective on nature itself. You know what I mean? And the inner workings of trees and weeds.
That was pretty wild. That part where they were talking about putting your back up against the tree and having it absorb in your negative. Like if you're having a shitty day and stuff, you like put your back up to an old growth tree or whatever, and it like takes your negative energy and makes you feel better and shit. It's like a
Tree
like Native
huggers knew it
American
all
food.
along.
Yeah. And it can give you energy too, so like you'll feel like more energized. So if you're wore out, you just put your back against the tree, and I don't know, kind of blew my mind. I was like, "What? I'm gonna try it though. I'm gonna try it."
Be a good like construction like work site habit. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's the reason why. Like you hear like Newton. You know, what was he doing when the apple fell and hit him on the head there? He was sitting up against the fucking apple tree, you know, back against the tree. I wonder if there's any connection to that. That's from back in the day. That's where you just did your study, you know, just sat up against the tree there, energized yourself, and took in your knowledge. I wonder if that's such a thing.
Yeah,
Connection.
that's actually my grandpa. Now that I think of it, I mean, he's a big green thumb. That's where my mom got it, and she passed it to me or whatever. But he would always take naps like that out in his garden or in his yard, and just underneath the tree or leaned up against the tree and sit there and take a nap. I remember seeing him do it a few different times. Not long, just half hour or whatever, just sitting there. But I don't know if that was his
I
method.
enjoy nice outdoor nap, man. Shade, fresh air, nice little breeze. Not too much of though. Fucking weird like that. Weird like that. It's my like too much of a breeze just like tickles and I fucking can't sleep. It's like I toss and turn. I can't have a fan. I like to listen to a fan, but I don't like that shit directly on me. I can't sleep. It's fucking directly on.
Yeah, I like it. But yeah, that book's pretty neat. I got to go back through it again too. Maybe take notes this time, and I can sound like I remember shit.
That's the nice thing about Audible is you can note through there without having to take notes. You can bookmark things, stop and jot some notes in there as well.
Yeah, I should do that more often. I don't though.
Yeah, I'm actually behind on some now. I'm fucking. Gotta re-listen to this Secret Life of Plants one more time. And then I got the Cannabis Manifestos up next for a listen.
Cannabis Manifesto. What's that?
Oh, it's about a book about just the many uses of cannabis, both health and spiritual.
That'd be
All the
interesting.
many. Yeah, should be good. It's highly recommended.
I'm waiting for the Teaming with Nutrients to come out, but I think that's going to be a shitty one for Audible. Just
Why?
because I remember in the book there was a ton of, because he goes through nutrient uptake and there's a lot of like formula
Diagrams.
shit like that. Yeah, like shit. And it's a
That's
hard
one thing.
topic in general, so it's hard to follow the, I don't know, all the different pathways shit goes and whatever.
And some of them books, and I've even heard other people kind of say, reference that like teaming with micros can be like a dry read. Maybe even you said it that it's tough to ingest if you're actually to sit down and read. But some of them books are better to listen to like that if they're a bad read, as
Yeah,
long as
maybe
they're
it is.
narrated somewhat decent.
No, and Jeff said it himself, teaming with nutrients he wrote because he wanted to better understand it, and that's what I love. That's why I think the book comes across so well. Is it was his own personal dive into understanding it better, and then after he gained his enough understanding, he could explain it in a simple way. You know what I mean? But he had to go so far down the rabbit hole to be able to explain it in an easy way. So he's definitely super knowledgeable. But the teaming with nutrients stuff, he'll even admit it's pretty complicated because it's all biochemistry and shit, like how nutrient like iron gets into the roots and into the plant and how it's used in the plant, how calcium gets absorbed and used in the plant. So it goes pretty deep into that shit. And there's no easy way to put all that. It's complicated chemistry shit.
I'm fucking super stoked that I believe my Kineos Lights is supposed to be here tomorrow. Got room for it too. It's hitting the dirt as soon as it gets here.
It's cool. I'm excited to see that one go. You have to tie the webcam up to a 24-hour live stream. We can watch it. We can watch grass grow.
At least though, like fucking definitely do a time lapse from seed. That'd be cool. Just keep moving the camera with the plant.
That's the real pine one, right? That's supposed to be. And then Jackson.
That's supposed to be close to the original Northern Lights.
Jack said he's sending you his J13 or whatever. That should be his.
I forgot about that. Holy shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah, man.
Mailman's probably got, because I'm expecting a few packages. Probably shouldn't say that, but they probably all clumped up together and shit.
And if he's gonna send it to you, I can't imagine he overhyped it. You know what I'm saying? So it's got to be legit. If he's gonna bother sending it, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I can't wait. Should be good to go in here. That's for sure. Oh shit, yeah. Chris says he'll fucking pop on. I don't even check your email because I now that and it goes for everybody.
Chris, I'm not.
It'd be nice if you're a regular to just, this is for you too, Smiley. Shoot me an email so I can put you in my contacts. So when I pop up the invite, all I gotta do is click your little thing and it just shoots you a link right to your email or wherever. You know what I mean? Or do you prefer the DM?
But what if I don't want you to click my little thing?
Well, like Contra Grower right here, all I gotta do is click on his name. It's right here. invite. So, Andrew Grower
G13.
has been invited.
I see him in chat talking about it. I got that G13 cross to Genius from Brothers Grimm, so I'm pretty excited about that one too. But I'm probably gonna crack his Grim glue first. That is
Can't get away from that glue, can you?
Dude, I don't know how, man. There's people that legitimately get mad at me if it's not in the rotation. They're legitimately mad. They would take it every time, all the time, nothing else. That's it. They want that. Yeah.
You know how I avoided that? I never put it in the fucking rotation.
Just always have it. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I enjoy it, and it's one of them. It's one of them types where like Ghost OG is this way too. Like I don't give a fuck how high you are. If we fire that up and smoke one, you're gonna feel it. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of them that just keeps you sailing, and it'll keep elevating you. And if you smoke another one, you're going higher. It's fucking. It's one of those kinds.
Yeah, I've never had grown out the Gorilla Glue itself. I've grown out a few crosses of it, but I've never grew. I've never the strain itself has never been in my garden. I was actually put a cut was put in my gut, and I refused it. I've told that story a couple of times at the Michigan Cup there. I didn't even know what it was, and they're like, "Here, you want this?" I'm like, I'm all look down at it. I'm like, "No, I don't." I didn't even know what it was. I just seen this fucking stuff droop down plant, fucking desperately needed water, was fucking beat up from the fucking super hot day in the sun. Probably went from, well, there ain't no probably. They went from like indoors to that massively hot summer day, and them fucking girls were taking a beating. Probably had to take multiple of them to get a good one to survive that bad day. But he was out there giving them away.
And I wouldn't say it's the easiest strain to grow either. I would put it a little on the more difficult, not the hardest, but maybe a little more of the. Just takes a little more work than the average, I think.
Mike says, Cannon, Craft Cannon Mike says he's running the Colombian from North Star. Yeah, that's supposed to be good shit there, the Colombian. I just sent out the hashishin to a couple people that won that shit in a contest, which was the Colombian Red times Purple Mayhem. Which sounds amazing. I got some of them. You want some of them, Smiley?
And I got my next like round of beans all lined up already. I'm pretty excited about the next hunts I'm going to be doing. So we'll see. I had another guy talking to too about. He's like, no, I got this, and it's cool, but I don't know. I'm the weirdo that doesn't want everything that everybody else has. I'd rather get if you had something that was really killer, I'd rather just get it from you if I wanted to smoke that, and just I'll have something different that I can bring that you don't have, and then we all don't show up to the party with the same shit. You know?
Excited to see what I spoke with Joel and Jen last week about getting some bigger packs of some, you know, some stuff to get away. And he said he was going to send me some fire. So I don't know what exactly. I don't even know what I'm getting. I just know I got some stuff coming to some good stuff to pass along. I'm hoping it had something to do with the post he posted like a couple of days ago. He was touting off a bunch of stuff, different strains that looked like they were being packed up on the same day. And I was like, ooh, ooh, I hope those are coming my way.
Dude, and I didn't realize like all the people that were breeding under like or with with, along with, or whatever, you know what I mean? So like having that kind of on my radar now, I'm gonna look a little closer at it, you know, what he's doing. But I kind of got stubborn. Like some of the seed, it's worse now, but like the seed market's been crazy for a long, long time. Like when we start out, there's this like it's insane the amount of options and trying to figure out who and what and where and I don't know. Some of that is it's crazy. So I kind of limited myself to just like fuck it, I'm gonna deal with Michigan breeders at least. There's a plethora here, more than enough to choose from to find something you want, really. You know what I mean? So I tried to stick to that. It's hard, but
Like you said, there is a bunch of good breeders out there. Just hoping that they've chosen quality, reliable genetics to start with, and they're open to discussing that shit with you, when you purchase it, so you have an idea of what you're getting.
yeah. And then like I got into ocean grown because like Vader and them guys put all the videos out. I mean, that's so fucking cool to be able to watch. I don't know. Malibu Pie is one cross I have. I can go back in his videos and watch the whole series on him breeding that. And how fucking badass is that? Plus, these are cool ass dudes. So those are some of the guys I got that were from out of the state too. But it's hard to get to know people, and it's cool that you're highlighting some of that because you do get to know. Like I would have never known Kenios and some of their genetics either.
And that's one of the people there, Kenios. Uh, man, they're like a fine wine. They just keep getting better. Them two right there. They
This
were a
guy does
great
it
meat.
because he's doing it for the right reason. They're what I mean. They love the plant. Like it's a different thing. It's not about trying to crank out seeds and get them out there and whatever. It's just they love the plant so much that they're sharing what they've created. You know what I mean? It's more of that line I get from them.
Well,
They're
it's not
proud of
just
what they
that.
do.
It's shit. Lately, they've been helping out like with the show, trying to generate some traffic over this way and saying a bunch of nice. Well, who hasn't? I'm not discrediting anybody. Everybody's that's been part of the show, watching and everything, has said nice things, positive things. But the last couple of days since the flag incident, they've really tried to help step up, and remind people that it's out there and have. That I thought was super cool. Had some real super nice things to say. Some of that stuff, I'm humbled by, very much humbled by, and it's like I don't know what to say when I read some of that stuff. It's hard to reply to some of that stuff.
No, thank you. It's always a good one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's always a good start for sure.
Nah, man, it's cool. I mean, a lot of people think it's cool what we started, and so they see the vision and whatever. So
Start shit. That's the way I see it. They started showing up. That's the way I see it. Oh
yeah,
man,
I ran out of
trying to
pre rolls now. I'll roll more.
out of pre rolls. Do you sit down in the mornings and like roll them up a few for the day?
Yeah, I got this big fat old grinder, and it'll hold. I don't know, like if I fill it all the way full, it'll basically roll like four of them at a time. So yeah, I'll, I don't know. I'll,
I
depending on the
appreciate
day,
the
I'll roll
giant
more.
fucking holes in that thing.
I like that because then it's a little bit chunkier, like you said. You like it.
No, that's the first one I've ever seen that was even fucking comparable. You know what I'm saying? To the one I drilled out.
Yeah, this is a pretty fancy one. My girlfriend got it for me for birthday or Christmas, one of them. I've had it for a while. It's
I
hard.
bet you can.
Like
I just
aluminum.
realized that. I'm sorry, Smiley.
Oh no, go ahead.
I just realized I sent that invitation to Chris Mertz and I wasn't fucking like watching the participants box again.
Leave him
I
at the
just looked
door.
No, he's not there yet, but I just remembered. I was like, oh shit. That's right. I did send out that invitation. Be a fucking just terrible host tonight. Just fucking. And top of that, there's like, I don't even know what the fucking thing looks like tonight. God damn it. It should be right. But I have this problem. If you ever see me go live for a second, it's because I'm making out the show title and I'm going to hit the backspace. And for some reason, I hit enter. And as soon as I hit enter, I'm live. So as soon as I realize that I've done that, which is seconds later usually, it's like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And I'm like trying to exit out everything. Shit. And you can see it in the message I sent you as a copy and paste from what I sent him. That was like the third time I had sent him numbers and shit. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was no good. Oh, third time's a charm.
Yeah. So yeah, I can feel it like that, and then it's pretty much about 4 of them.
Hell yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, this stuff's pretty greasy though. The white cranberries. That's I think it's more like a sour jack leaning, which is one of the parents to it. So I've never had that, but it's super greasy.
Have you ever had like apple terps like Glorious and X was talking about the other night? That's something I forgot to elaborate on. He had mentioned wanting to chase down the apple terps. I sidelined it with talking about the pine terps, and then fucking forgot to go back.
The only ones I've really heard are the alien sour apple and stuff like that. I actually had seeds from, I think those were freebies I got, and I passed them along to a buddy of mine that was going to try to grow some. He actually has got them sprouted, so he's I just love that dude, like a brand new, he's never grown before or whatever, and he was all wondering where to get seeds from, and I'm like, here, man, I just got these freebie ones, the last time or whatever, just, and I gave him like two freebie packs. I think there might have been 3 seeds each in each one or whatever, but I knew I wasn't going to get to him in any time soon. And he was all fucking geeked out about it, and it's just cool to see the excitement, when they're like this tall, and he's like, "Fuck, they're coming up, dude! Fuck yeah!" Like it's just cool. I like it. It gets me pumped about it again,
I did email it to you, Chris. Would you rather me send it to you? I sent you an email. It should have been in your email, but I'll send you the through Chicanza Grower. Either or.
Maybe he doesn't make you click in his thing either.
Right. This phone, my old phone, there's a little glass that goes over the fingerprint thing on the back, and I broke that glass. It was cracked for the longest time, and I couldn't use the fingerprint thing at all. So I broke off that like little protective glass, and it works like 80% of the time now, but there's still sometimes it don't work. I'm not so keen on the new 20 fingerprint lock either. I don't like the fact you have to push a button to fucking actually do the fingerprint. Got sidetracked again. Fucking squirrel. Squirrel. I just seen your message. Knock, knock.
I was trying to
Here's a message from Ganja.
There it goes. I can't get that to go away.
My I don't have notifications on either. On my Instagram, messages don't come up until I like bring up my Instagram.
There we go. All right.
Group chats killed them. Group chats fucking killed notifications.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know that does get annoying a little bit sometimes if you're trying to do something and it's going off and you're not sure if it's like the case I'm thinking of. I was like pruning, and my phone's sitting in the other room on the charger, and I'm listening to music on Bluetooth. You know what I mean, pruning away or whatever. My phone's just going blah 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 blah, to the point where
That
you're
can
like,
be
well,
annoying too.
I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm gonna go check. And then it's like, oh, it's just these guys. Which in the right circumstances is fun as hell, you know what I mean? But it's funny.
Yeah, there's been times where like I've been a bros show chat like when that show first started up. That was the chat that killed it, to be honest with you. I fucking would at the end of the day look at my phone and be like 106 notifications and shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ, there's no fucking way I'm going through 106 messages. But then I kind of found myself kind of doing it. You know what I mean? Just like you said, you kind of wanting to catch up with what fucking everything was being said and all that. And then it just got to be like you were reading a book every day and fucking not ever being caught up. You know what I'm saying?
Distraction.
And then it got to a point where I tried to follow the this rule of thumb of well, I was only gonna go like 10 back. I couldn't figure shit out in like 10 messages. Then fucking I just didn't fuck with it. I didn't look any further back. I was like, whatever. If I didn't figure it out in 10 back, then I just either didn't jump in or I just didn't give a fuck. Because I found myself, it was like I said, never ending cycle of trying to read chats.
Yep.
Life happens. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to spend the whole day reading past chats when you got, life happens. It's happening now. Now. Why you want to look back?
Right? It's funny. I'm gonna forward this to Chris.
Oh, my thing, the numbers. I sent it to him. I know I got a little sidetracked. Looks like he did too.
I'll jump in. That'll be funny. It's always tough getting it going for everybody too while you're talking, but
Well, I've been getting a little sidetracky lately. I've noticed that.
oh shit.
Gotta stop smoking so much weed on the air.
I'm reading chat. Resurrection Prophet is shout out, man. 24 new ones coming up. Holy crap, man! Ain't messing around. Is that little babies of one type? Is that one pheno hunt, or is that 24 different new ones?
You guys see that? Did you see some footage of fucking Midland there?
Just a little bit of it, man. That's pretty wild, though. I feel bad for that town and the people there. And
I dig that shit.
oh man,
Digging the hair, man. Pretty awesome. How you doing tonight?
Wagwan man. There I am.
get it?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? How you been?
This is for you, Aldridge. Took off the tie.
I dig the hairdo, man. That's loosening the tie. That's really loosening up the tie there.
How are you guys?
Good, man. Good. Do you always garden in a dress shirt?
Never.
No. I'm just messing, man.
Just the white T-shirt.
Good night,
Yeah.
Mr. No One. Sorry, just wanted to give him a shout out. He's leaving. Checking out.
So what you been up to, Ganja? You been got some nice plants looking in your garden there?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. You know, springtime's here, so I got to kind of clear stuff out for going outside and trying to keep things clean. And yeah, I've got those boards, so trying to put together a pretty silly build with the boards that they sent me from HLG.
Yeah, we wanted to see that. Everybody wanted to see that. You were at a whole rack of them fucking things you were unloading.
I only got a dozen because that's all he's.
Only a dozen.
I'll get 48 of them though. I got 12 heat sinks to make four. Sorry, I'll get 48 of them. I got a dozen of the heat sinks for 4 of them. So.
Are you selling the things?
No, this is for a build for one of my buddies. These bad boys.
I was hoping you were stepping it up.
No, some of them will go on mine, yeah, for sure, no doubt. But yeah, so we're gonna do Arctic Silver paste, thermal paste onto a 4-foot heat set. Well, it's like 34 inches by 25 inches heat sink. This will be thermal pasted onto it, and we'll be running 4 of these, just like that HLG 650. We'll be running 4, just like the 650. We'll be running this thing at, Steve says 240 watts per board, so would be simple, which is basically, you know, almost 1,000 watts. But he said just to keep it under 300. So I'm thinking, you know, it's at least 1,000, if not, you know, a little more.
Yeah. Just watch it, man. You can light poison them real quick with those. Like really overpowering them with the light. I just had a buddy that did that.
So he's got in the barn, it's like 9.5 foot ceilings, and these can come up tight, and we'll have them. So the 600 drivers come with a 5-watt fan motor built in, so you can run the fans right off the top, powered from the same 600 Meanwell driver, and then everything's Wago connected in parallel. So if one fails, you're not going to burn out the other ones. As long as you wire it nicely, high and tight. I'm thinking like we you know, not until we get a sphere on it, when we get a good test on it. But I'm thinking it's going to give at least a 6 foot by 6 foot footprint of over 2,000. So it should be pretty good. We'll see.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be interesting. I'll be watching for pictures.
I'll come on here as soon as I get as soon as the heat sink should be in the next 2 days, and then I got one Meanwell driver that's in this week, and then next week the rest of the drivers will be here. So I'll be able to string one up, show you guys how simple it is to actually just put one of these things together. I mean, it seriously is. If you have the right materials list, it's seriously, you don't have to solder anything. You basically, it's plug and play. It's so simple. The only thing is, you know, powering it to your wall, is making sure that everything from the power supply, the cord you use for the power supply, the gauge of the wire, and the rating of the wire that you're using, that's the only things you have to worry about. As long as you're using the right connectors, in the wiring it properly, it's only the only limit is your wiring in your house.
So, yeah, jealous now. So, Mr. Smiley, can you hold it down for a second? I gotta go grab my fucking hash. I left it in the other room, and I'm like seriously missing it.
Yeah.
No
I gotta
loaded
sing.
doobies
I gotta
tonight.
sing Alexi anyways.
There you go.
The
She's an awesome girl. She deserves that serenade.
and
That's
shout
pretty
out
cool of you, by the way.
and shout out to Chiba Man. He's asking you a question there in chat about a thermal plate
shit.
or thermal paste. Sorry, I missed.
I would like some suggestions on thermal paste because this is all new to me. Oh, okay. He's asked, do I really need it? So, yeah, it's tough. Like, you do. You can't have any air pockets between the quantum board and the heatsink. Otherwise, air is a killer. So it's super important. Did I just mess up?
No, the thermal paste is really important to my understanding, and I've never built a board, but it's going to help transfer a lot of that heat to the heat sink, and it helps facilitate the heat getting away from the diode a lot faster. And I think you're going to have a lot better longevity is the idea, because you can maintain a more consistent temperature across that whole panel, so that whole board, I guess.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm trying to sort my thing so I can read the chat, but yeah, exactly. You definitely need the paste. Sometimes like there's different, so there's silicone pads they used to use for the HLG QB96s. The first generation had the QB96 had these silicone white pads, and those dripped out. If you ran them anywhere near what you could potential out of those diodes, it would just drip silicone out of the sides of it and ooze out of the side of it. So they changed to the 3M gray tack thermal pad. And those have okay thermal performance, over one, but like the Arctic Silver, that shit is like gold. It's like, I want to say $300 to paste these boards minimum. I don't know if I'm going to do it because I don't know if it's worth it. We might just go with tape and just run them at like 220, 240. I mean, honestly, it's only a matter of, the longer you go, it's just a sink. So basically every year they degrade a little bit, so the hotter you run them, the more they degrade, the more the sink. But thermal runaway, I don't think is really a problem. I'm running fuses on them anyway, so that it can happen, but it's definitely amazing how these have come so far.
Yeah, well, that's all the reasons why I just like buying the fixture. I know they're not hard to put together, but like sourcing the parts and making sure you got all the little details there. Just, I don't know. Because what if that really does make a difference? You know what I mean?
650 diodes on this little 12x6.
Damn.
It's basically, if you take it by the old specs of the Samsung 301s, each one of these is a half watt. So 330 watts if you have thermal perfection. I don't know. Steve made those 650s really timid. He's really conservative on those things probably because his build out, he's just slapping them on aluminum. He's not doing any paste or zinc or anything. And he's running them easy at what? He's got a 600 on the back of that. So 620 watts max probably peak. So
yeah, but I don't think he want to push. I think he was talking about that where the micromoles get too high, and then you're also shortening the life of the diodes so they get longevity, and you're not pushing too high of a light source to the plant in the form of the photon.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. And that's why they added the red act. Also, those the 351 reds that they added are now a more efficient diode. So basically, they're up in their micromoles per joule, so it looks good on paper. But really, they're not even coming close to what the potential of the board is, well, for good reason. So not to be a sink, but 4 years from now, there's going to be something so much crazier.
How fast do you think you can push it though? I mean, at a certain point now, we've already kind of realized that there's a limitation to. I shouldn't say there's a limitation because they did get a higher yield, but it wasn't a benefit for the amount of power they were running to go to a, you know, like it was like a 800 watt, or it was Fluence Biosciences. So I think there's might be a 700 or 800 watt, something like that was what they settled on, and they had 1,000 and they had a 1,200, but they weren't. There wasn't a good enough gain from them, even though there was a yield gain. So I think there's a limiting factor there. I don't think you can just keep pushing more light to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's
they're only going to do what they.
kind of like the cannons that Keith has with those 320 watt hobs. You got to have the ceiling space, but the further you get away from the plant, you lose in efficiency. So you can't go too far away, or it's just the law of diminishing returns. It gets worse and worse efficiency as you get further away from the plant. So yeah, you want to stay in that sweet spot. But if you want to cover up, like for this room, it's 18 by, it's 20 by 10 basically. So 200 square feet that we're flowering under deep. He's running pots there, but so raising them up and then giving a bigger footprint just worked out better for this situation. But I think I would still probably run them if you have the ceiling on. I think I still would probably run them if you have CO2. That's the other thing is, if you have full control and you can, because in this, so what does he got? It's 50 tons of AC that he needs for this build. So if you could control the temperature and the humidity, and you can control the CO2, dial that in. I think you can definitely push 2,000 micromoles or 2,000 ppfd with good results. I don't know. I mean,
at the canopy.
Yeah.
Like measuring it at the canopy that high. Because I think
the sun's too.
I think they were running into a few different problems, and a friend of mine just really pushed a lot of light to him. So he did his own DIY, and he did 6 of the R spec boards, the one previous, and running them the first time he had Hermie issues, which I had never heard of as an as a light oversaturation issue, I guess, but. That was the only thing he could really determine. And he's a really skilled gardener. I mean, he's kind of been at it for longer than me, and somebody I look up to. So, when he had the issue and it was a lot of his newer like pheno hunt ones he was doing. So there was some question there whether it was good genetics there. But he also, right along with it, had known clones running that had never had an issue until that time too. So that's really what kind of, raised the flag as being, man, there was something in the environment that caused this, or something happened. And that was the only real change he did in the room, was he added he switched out to these high powered LEDs. So just be careful with that, man. Cause I do think there's definitely a point of, like anything, it can be a benefit to a certain point, and then it can be a poison. Because fulvic acid's the same way, and it's good to a certain point, but birthday cake is the same way. Probably you saying
I think that's
birthday might be the same way.
I really think that's where the study of the daily light integral is going to come into play with these newer intense lights. We're not only going to have to learn how to keep the light from a proper distance, but we're going to have to rethink the whole thing as far as time schedule as well with the newer LEDs. That's my opinion. It's just a whole new ball game. We're just stepping into a whole new realm, and it's going to be much welcome. Why run plants for a duration of extra hours when we don't need it? If we can dial that veg times back to 16 or less, to where we're getting scientific about it. That's where I was kind of getting at the other day with the time lapse camera in there. that way we could actually see when them plants are shutting down. You know, that's that point where oversaturation and them toxicity could come up is a real thing. We were kind of talking about that just earlier when I would reference it about the 24-hour having them things in there at 24 hours a day. Knew it wasn't right, and I was definitely seeing the detrimental effects. So I knew I had to start dialing it back, otherwise, fucking shit was gonna go sour, no matter what. Even though I was trying to heat the room, you know, selfish issues there. I can't play with these lights like I used to be able to do. You know what I mean? They're just too fucking strong to be able to utilize lights like I used to use them. You know, I have no choice but to think about time now. And I'm thinking with the only accurate way I can really think of, other than a common math, you know, and even at that, there's it's math. There's still room for error there. To put a camera in there with a time elapsed grow for a few days and see exactly when that plant drops, and then set your time schedule to that. Yeah, I think that's the only way and the best way we can do that nowadays with these newer intensive lights. Talking aloud.
The math probably helps. Getting a good
Oh,
arc anyway.
for sure. But there's so many variables in the math. I mean, the general math is correct, but like how the distance it is to your plants, how strong it is, the intensity of the light, you know, fucking, there's a lot of variables in there to
Well,
where, you know,
that's where they
if
come
you,
up with a measurement from the canopy to really do DLI. To my understanding, you have to have that quantum sense to be able to get an average of your PPFD across that canopy, and then you take
all
that
I'm saying here
calculation.
is there's room to tweak. We could be testing, you know, adjusting the light to the proper height with our fucking thermometers, our digital laser, you know, and with letting the canopy tell us the proper light height. But we could further on take that another step with the camera, or you know, and seeing exactly if we could shave an extra hour or so off it to see when exactly they're drooping, you know. If they're drooping, you know, fucking 16 hours into it, you know, 15 hours, why run them 18? Why run them that extra 3 when they're not fucking doing anything? You know what I mean? If we're lights are intenser, it's a whole like I said, it's a whole different ball game. It's not this anymore. It's not 12-12 anymore. It's not 18-6. You know, like I said, with the newer intenser lights, we've got to rethink it a little bit. I don't know. Again, I just repeated the same fucking thing twice, but I don't know. What are you smoking on over there, ganja grower?
That cookies kush that gives me so much trouble. It's great to smoke.
Trouble growing it, or trouble after you smoke it?
She trouble growing it. Yeah, she's just not very stable.
Never happy.
Never happy, but always yields and always comes out perfect. But she's just emotional, you know. She's up and she's down. I don't know. I'm still trying to dial it in. I've only grown her a couple times, but everybody that I've given clones to, and everybody that the other guy that I shared the pack with had the same experience. So, it, I don't, you know, some of the European breeding might not be quite. I'm all American right now. HLG and American breeders.
Yeah, I cut off the European stuff a long time ago. In fact, that was one of my first orders, and then I was like, wait, there's companies in the U.S. that do this. I can just get them right there, and I never fucked with it again. Like I say, there's so many. It's insane how many options of breeders there are. I mean, just to be, I don't care what state you live in. If it's a legal state, you got more than a handful of breeders. You know what I mean? Out by you, there's more than a hand, you know, to pick from, and they're all do quality work usually. find the right guys. I think every state's got phenomenal gardeners that have a passion for what they do. You know?
Yeah, there's no need to look afar. Plus the deals with like irradiation of whatever you send, especially if it comes, from Europe. They irradiate stuff now, and I've had a heck of a time. Actually, I've had shipping this last couple of weeks. I think I had too much of a harvest, and nobody came and picked it up after this whole Corona thing. So I've been sitting on too much. So I've been sending it to everybody. And I think my postman finally caught on.
I'll email you my address. That's fine.
It's everything's mail now, so it's like I rely on it so much, and I take care of my mailman. Always give them Christmas and always give them, those guys aren't paid like they used to be.
Not to mention they're encouraged to tip to squeal on you. They're federally encouraged to tip on you. They get money for tips. Yeah, I'm delivering weird packages to this guy. They get tips for that show from the government for a good tip. I wanted to point out that those seedlings were the GMO primal and not the other tester I'm not supposed to be testing. Somebody asked how those seedlings were doing, so I thought I'd give you a little look-see there.
The ones I'm not.
And the other thing they wanted to know about Resurrection Prophet, that was Lost Leaf that came on and was talking about that.
Restore my chat. I'm sorry.
It's a warrant to open post office mail.
Huh? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
I don't have a post office box, but yeah, I do, but I don't use it for that. I'm afraid to have all them kind of packages stuck at the post office, sitting duck there and shit all day long. I'm walking by with, is that the faintest smell of weed that comes from that package? Seems like it'd be a terrible thing, even though there's no weed in them.
I would imagine a little mason jar and the tape around the lid to keep it, sealed that way too, with some electrical tape or something. It'd probably be a bitch to open, but I can't imagine they'd be able to detect it.
Never know, some dank, man. I've had some dank fucking pass through some shit.
Smell through a mason jar?
No, just something you how often are you mailing a mason jar? It's usually them little, it's never those little plastic things. Set me right up here, fucking Tyler. Set me right up.
The old film roll cases.
Them dispensary green, like pop tubes.
I swear those were all the film roll cases. But nobody uses film anymore, so they had to redirect all their marketing efforts.
Those were always like the fucking coveted Rhodes containers, weren't they? The film case fucking things. Perfect Rhodes containers.
Look at that sexy little plant.
I know it. I'm honored Chris finally, or Grange finally jumped on. Sorry. Been a minute.
Yeah. For real, if you guys aren't following him on IG, he's been posting some real pretty plants.
You know what I think's funny now? Ganja is that I see people reference you like that in the chat now.
As ganja.
Yeah, I've seen him in the YouTube chats. People go, "Hey, Ganja," because that's funny.
Yeah, no shit, man. Pick one.
Fucking look who joined us. Look, it's fucking Jack Greenstock again. Did you see that shit last night?
100%, dude. I was dead on. I was laughing.
I was. It's the first time he popped on there. I was like thinking that's the media. I don't know why. I've got a fucking funny way I attach things to things, but that's immediately what I thought of when I seen him. What were we looking at, Ganja?
Yeah, so the
That's a good thing.
Well, that's totally, dude.
Chiba was asking about companion plants. There's actually a bergamot. I don't know. I keep switching them around. Marigolds to go outside. The coneflower is now finally. These things can take like 2 years to flower. Sometimes kind of a pain in the ass, but I got this one to flower from. Took me like 4 months, or she's gonna flower. And then this I'm always just taking back. This always flowers. The bergamot needs to be replanted because this is a horrible pot. And then these are Ross to Jeff's Double Dragons, which I did. I popped 3 of them in one Cookies Kush. But yeah, so this helps a lot in flower. And these are really marigolds and all those just there's so many. I mean, you just can Google and find all the different benefits you have. But you know, there's a few like echinacea. I always have the echinacea. I always do like a bergamot or depending in indoor or out. But there's so many of them. You guys do the same thing. So, but I just wanted to show you she's finally sprouting. So it looks like I'm gonna have a good flower with this tent.
That's amazing. It takes some patience to grow a plant out for 2 years just to see the flower, 2 years later. It's some patience to see that bloom. It's a true gardener there.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a commitment though, because I would never bring something outside. So my seedlings, I like to keep one indoor and mix them around. So I have like 3 or 4, but in this space right now, I don't have a lot of room to commit to it. So I got to keep them squat and small. But it's better than chemicals.
Yeah, and what's the point of growing a big stem? You don't need it anyway.
How do them plants enjoy them LED lights? You notice the difference from just the ornamental plants like that?
Yeah, it's a lot of work because I've got to keep them sheltered in the canopy. Yeah, they're definitely they're a strain of their own, each one. So it's a little bit of work. But if you keep just rotating them out and depriving them of, the light, you can do okay with it. You just got to have a light bulb on the same time or keep things steady. You can move from intensity to kind of like a cloudy day. That's what I do with a little cove here. I kind of move them back and forth with the clone room.
Man, I'm glad I went for the hash. Never regret putting a hash in the doobie. Never regret it.
That's funny. Keep Chiba man in chat. So once you start growing, man, the space just keeps going and going.
Very true.
I don't know how true that would be once you get to like 10,000 square foot, but maybe it'll keep going. I don't know. Shit,
Oh,
dude,
yeah, I think so.
5,000 square- That's a big facility, 5,000 square foot. You can do quite a bit in there.
I'd like to play with 5,000 square feet. It'd be fun.
Yeah. Lay it out, nice long beds, living soil beds. Transplant right into them, stack them up.
Someday, Smiley. I'm not giving up my salt yet.
No, it's an addiction. I get it.
And I'm not even keen. I'm not 100% on the salts either. It's more or less the cocoa. I could run an organic line and be happy with it. You know what I mean? But I'm just like stuck in the cocoa for some reason.
That's what you like.
What's up, most hated grower?
The bone. You don't run the Triton ganja? Triton's troll?
Oh yeah.
Do you totally switch it out for the Herculean, or do you run them half-half type thing?
I never back off of this.
No?
Nope. Pegasus, this is good too.
I gotta quit being a fucking
You use
cheapskate
the
and buy
Morpheus?
some fucking nudes.
You use the Morpheus too? The Morpheus tea? You like it?
And Aphrodite's. This thing, the Aphrodite's is great, and then the lignin sulfate. If you get lignin from somewhere, I get it from my Roots Organics. As long as you get some lignin and some something other than the regular humates to feed your feed the rhizo. It's actually there's Persephone's palette.
Yeah, you
Persephone's
use
palette.
that one? Do you like it, or don't you use it?
Once it comes back in stock, I'll get another. I just don't want to ship it across country.
That's the one I actually like a lot, is Persephone's palette. And it's actually the one I still will use. I don't use a lot of it, but I'll use it from time to time for certain things because it's it has the saponin, it's a calcium sulfur, it's a calcium sulfate, and it's a sugar source, a carbohydrate source. So got a lot of tools to it, and especially like if you're looking at it compared to like a molasses, which it is a lot more expensive than molasses, but it is what it is. So I don't know. I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
that
just want to
goes
shout
well.
out to. Sorry, guys. Let me jump in real quick. I want to shout out to the most hated grower there. First of all, welcome to chat. How you doing, fellow YouTuber? And I want to say I feel your pain. I haven't got a straight out strike yet, but I have been flagged the last few fucking days, and it just the flags hurt. It's already, I've noticed it in the algorithm, the 2 fucking flags. So I feel your pain about somebody fucking throwing you a strike. That fucking blows.
Yeah,
But welcome. He's gonna be a guest too, by the way, next week, 25th. The most hated grower YouTuber will be here. It's
Shout
also
out Dave
I forget.
Agenda. He was running number 4, Nectar for the Gods with the one shot. That's a pretty cool setup too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Here you go.
No worries. I was gonna shout out his Instagram name. I actually gotta look it up. I know it's there we go. Philip Lazar is the most hated grower on Instagram. Just wanted to finish it out.
All right.
You know what I mean? Didn't want to leave it hanging there. But he'll be on Monday.
That's
All right, now Chris, I'm sorry I cut you off. If you can remember where the fuck you were at before I so rudely cut you off. You were talking about your nectar there. You guys were talking about the nectar.
He's showing off. He's bragging.
Oh, showing how much of a sucker I am for the bottles. Not everybody's perfect. I'm still on bottles. These are bottles. So
Yeah, you bought the whole damn lineup too. Looks like.
I hear that's good stuff to run though. You know what I mean? If I ever have to actually pull it out and buy it, man, I definitely consider nectar, man. I've heard great things about it. So,
Yeah. Well, look at his plants, man. They're gorgeous.
yeah, that's for
It
sure.
does run really nice. There's some good and bad about it from my experience with it, but that was just a matter of figuring out any line, I think, too. So I don't know.
Well, the bad thing I've heard about it was just like any other fucking nutrient company, it was the price point. If anything great, there's gonna be that price tag. So you gotta fucking choose your battles, I guess. But I've heard, as far as that goes, it's cheaper than advanced and better. So I'd definitely lean towards nectar if I had to go out and run out and buy something like that. At least a liquid bottle system. If I were gonna go dry, I think I'd run the floor flugs. If I had out of pocket that shit, I think I'd try the floor flugs. But liquid nectar, probably. Heard
No, I like the nectar because everybody gets interested in organics, and then you figure out that all the shit in that bottle you can do in a dry form, and then you think, why the fuck am I mixing all this shit when I can just do it right away in the soil mix? And
so true. It's Scott puts a lot of effort into. I mean, their plant out in Oregon is amazing. They do great work, and they're huge in the community for fighting against the sunlight supply chain and supporting the local companies. Banding together to stay off of it. And a couple of companies this week just got off a sunlight supply and went to Hort Rep Group. So things are changing. It's good to see, but that's Big Ag is still here.
yeah,
I'm actually a little surprised, Chris, that you're not like he Smiley was kind of leaning towards, I believe. I'm surprised you're not a raw guy. You know what I mean? Kind of like putting exactly what you need and nothing more, nothing less.
his sideburns aren't that thick.
The Harley burns. Oh, too funny. Yeah, no, he's got great stuff, and that guy's a smart dude. Harley, Phil Bugby. There's so many great. I mean, Gromau and Green Jeans and all those guys. There's so many even in book form if you want to pay with the Lowenfells and all those guys. There's so many resources out there for education. So it's cool that like you guys are on here always telling people about these freaking, breaking it down, because nobody has time to read the books and find the gems of wisdom. And that's why I like Nectar for the Gods, because Nectar for the Gods digests all the nutrition into perfect components for basically feeding them and getting great growth. So it definitely works well. The problem with the line is it definitely falls out of solution fast. It doesn't mix very well. It's really complicated. You got to flush every 2 weeks with the Herculean flush. You're always measuring root zone pH and pH and newts, EC of the root zone. So it can be complicated. So you got to have a good meter and shit. So it's definitely a lot of work.
I'm always leery of, you almost killed it right there for me, Ganja, to be honest with you. I was kind of leaning that way, but once you said it's got to be flushed every 2 weeks, and I was like, ugh. I'm just a little leery of any nutrient system that says specifically you have to flush it out as part of the regimen, because that tells me they're kind of anticipating buildups of one thing or another in there. Basically, it's not formulated for my cannabis plant because like I said, they're expecting some buildup in the soil that's going to have to be flushed out, an uneven take-up of nutrients.
That's for a different reason, though, Ego, because they have a lot of gums that hold the Herculean in suspension, and there's other ones too. So you can get, what happens is the fertilizer nutrient gets taken up, but the gum gets kind of left behind, and then the SLF 100 he was showing is what they recommend using to try to those enzymes kind of break that stuff down too, or whatever.
So is what's left over from the breakdown beneficial? Like, is it left that the microbes can eat, or is that just need to be flushed out altogether? A solid flush.
So the flush, Herculean flush, exactly what Smiley said. It's basically like that T-day where the calcium is the king of this line, and basically it just bonds and it bonds. It basically is 8 bonds, so it has one always tied up, so it has 7 available. So it can bring the most into the plant, into the rhizosphere, hold on to in the rhizosphere. So that calcium phosphate is huge, and it's okay to keep it around. And just like Smiley said, that SLF comes around, keeps the rhizosphere healthy with all the microbes you got working in that soil. It just comes around and it just feeds that shit that's been banked into that soil in perfect available to the microbes and then to the plant. So as long as you've got the mushrooms and the bacteria in the soil, it just basically is like a tea day. So it's feed, because you never water with nectar. So that flush is part of the whole, that flush isn't just water. It's basically a ton of Herculean harvest, some lime, and some SLF afterwards. Usually I do it separately, but you're basically just using a bunch of Herculean and doing one watering with just Herculean, and then resetting.
Yeah, they do it different for the flush. Yeah, he's trying to tie up any free nutrients of the calcium in there. But I don't know, man. It's I give him all the credit in the world. I love listening to Scott. Super, super smart dude. I loved using nectar for the gods, but that was just the line of thought I just shared with you was exactly why I went away from it, is because the more you learn about it, the more you realize that you can just do all the same shit with a dry amendment. The only one that I would say really you can't duplicate is the Bloom Chaos. I think you could, because I think it's basically an available form of boron, but I'm not sure on that either. But that's my guess at it. So I think you could in a form or fashion, but anyway.
It's you so minute amount of boron.
How do you bring that in with the nectar though, the power side? Because I thought certain parts had the silica already in it.
I put this in first every time. whenever I just like quarter milliliter, maybe a half milliliter per gallon, maybe maybe even an eighth of a milliliter um, per gallon on the seedlings or smaller plants, or you don't need much, very little. The shit's like, I mean, it's like $80 for a small bottle, but you're not using much, so it'll last you forever. But this is like one of those things. I don't care what nutrient line you use. To have like a good silica is like everything. I think that gives you that boron, the molybdenum, and then the really available silica to keep things strong. It definitely works.
Yeah, so there's a question about, I think it's about Bloom Chaos from John Boy. Yeah, you can foliar it or you can root trench it, and it's the way they describe it is it's a reaction on the contact of the plant. So you water it in, I believe, more in flower. Maybe I got this backwards, but I believe you water it in more in flower and you foliar it more in veg. And the foliar causes shorter, tighter nodal spacing, where in flower it's going to cause it to really pack the calcium out into the fruit, which, by the way, is all the same things that boron does. So
Smiley knows it all, man. he's
no, I just
perfectly live.
gone down
I'm
the road,
impressed.
man. It's like you go down them roads. That's all it is. Just looking into it.
Exactly
Definite
right.
asset. Definite asset, that's for sure.
And it is very
No
powerful.
doubt.
It's very powerful. Go easy with the Bloom Chaos, no doubt. That stuff, that's a love-hate relationship real fucking fast if you're running Nectar for the Gods. Because you can go too strong, and it's like, it's that same thin line between love and hate too, man. And just 1 milliliter and you're fucking hating the shit.
Yeah.
It's
Like
fucking
the got to use the little syringes.
Do you mix 1 gallon at a time?
Sometimes
That
less.
sucks.
Sometimes they only do 2 quarts for one plant.
Holy fuck. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Oh my
For
god.
sure, dude. You could do the same result easy, man. Hit me up on Energy. I'll give you my recipe. You'll be fine.
I swear to God, to be honest with you, I don't know. How do you guys do it? I haven't grown. I'm serious. All right, we're being serious now. I haven't grown that small of amount of plants to where I was mixing up that little bit of nutrients. I mean, some of them lines are like 2.5 mils and shit per gallon and shit. That's tedious at a gallon stage. I purposely, started mixing 20 gallons, 17, 20 gallons at a time so I could like avoid that splash. I mean, Tight turned me on to that right there, but those are hard to find, and the numbers usually wear off on the syringe at certain points. So
You're gonna look
still
like a
it's
heroin addict.
yes. Oh man. And well, before that, the syringe even, I tried the like little restaurant pumps. Those were still pretty messy, and I was always afraid that what got caught up in the little thing there was gonna separate, wasn't mixed properly the next round either. But that's the whole reason I moved up and because like you try to like just dump 2.5 mils, and that shit's a mess. You
See,
spill a lot.
I still say ganja. You got to get the earth box, just get a nice easy. You don't even have to be a fancy super soil. Just a nice easy soil. I'll give you some top dressings to put on there, and it'll be water down, a gallon of water down the tube, or 2 gallons at a time. Sorry, but you do that like once a week, You don't measure shit. You know,
I think
it
Happy.
works.
I
it
think
works
Smiley's going into a Happy fucking bucket like business and shit. Just fucking Smiley's boxes and shit. Just
No,
door ready. Throw your seeds in there. Be a good little gig there, buddy. Think about it.
dude, the Earth boxes rock, man. That's a kick-ass setup. That's pretty easy. I'll show you my picture. I got a picture.
You could even have like a
Yeah,
little
it's
logo
good.
put on the box and everything. A little smiley put on every fucking box.
Right
Shipped
there.
right to your door.
So that's 2 in a scrog, and there's 2 Earth boxes in there. And all I do is pour 2 gallons of water. Now they're drinking pretty good, so they're probably twice a week I'm putting that in. But and then every once in a while a shot of EM1 down there, and then yeah, just top dressing and some compost and some light amount of stuff, man. It ain't really hardcore, you know. So I just let her run. They rock and roll too. And I don't know about yield, if yield's a real big concern, because definitely the Boom Chaos will push the yield. Those things will. It works. It fucking works for sure. But I do know as far as flavor goes and quality goes, that's the reason I ran that in the grow off. Is that is hands down the best flower I've ever grown was out of one of those boxes. So it was that and under HLG LED. So that's what I'm going with. I put my competition on it.
What's the price point on the EM1? Hell, what's that like? I've never really looked into it.
It's not expensive. I think it's like $80 or if you get it in the gallon, and it's like probably 25.
Sounds
30
like
per quart, something like that.
sounds like that gallon would last you a fucking long time though.
Well, especially if you stretch it out, you can take one shot of it and make a whole another gallon of activated EM1. And so, yeah, I just get the quart bottle because at that rate, I mean, you go through. I don't know, like those 2 in that grow, I might use a whole gallon through that whole time, if that, you know, not even that, because I don't put it in every time, especially once it's getting established. I don't want to overpopulate it. Like, you know.
What are you guys' thoughts on the photosynthesis plus? Oh, still barely got through that. Fucking separate long-term storage. I was looking into it the other day, and the guy was trying to tell me, he's like, "Yeah, you probably want to buy quarts. You know, if you buy gallons, it should kind of separates, and I don't suggest buying gallons of it."
Yep, I buy that one in quarts too. And half the time it's almost dead by the time it's got the little half-inch in the bottom, whatever. So it's a living thing, dude. It's a living, and you want to get it fresh. If you don't want it sitting on the shelf for a long time.
So, about how many gallons are you getting out of it, though? That's be my next question.
That one actually mixes pretty light, from what I recall. It's like 15 milliliters per gallon or something like that, depending on if you're foliar or root drenching it. But it lasts for a long time. You don't have to use much. It stretches, and if you use a lot, you're gonna regret it because it smells like farts. The whole room will smell like farts, and it does. So if you go too heavy with it, it'll, for sure, if you're foliar in it, it'll smell like farts bad.
That's fucking funny.
Sulfur, man, it's crazy. But those, like a lot of the talk on IPM has been using the wettable sulfur, and I like the Photo Plus after that because it's bacteria that eats sulfur. So, I mean, I know you want it on the plant for a little while, but I always figure, why the hell not? The next 2 days, 3 days afterwards, I just kind of give them the Photo Plus, let that shit eat it up too. Because they're going to work with the plant on it. I would imagine your uptake goes up a little bit with it. So, yep. It's the shit, man. That is the shit. I like it a lot. That's one that I recommend a lot. I like the fish shit too. I don't use many products, but
That's a stinky bitch too, the fish shit. Those were good though.
The sale doesn't sell water. That's funny.
See, I was in fucking Home Depot today, and they sell a lot. Do you see they got like a little aquaponic herbal garden you can buy
That's cool.
for like just like a kitchen counter type thing. It's like probably like 3 gallons, and it had like goldfish in there, and you were growing your herbs in it. $100 though. I was like, ugh, hey, 30 or something like that. $100, man. I'm one of them guys. It's something I'll watch all season long, and I'll be like, yeah, it'll hit clearance sooner or later. It'll hit clearance sooner or later. I'm even so cheap that you know, every 2 weeks, uh, Home Depot and like fucking Walmart and shit have to like remark things down. So when you look at that clearance sticker there, there's also like a date on it too. So if it's like getting close to that next date, uh, you can actually fucking grab a department manager and be like, "Hey man, you gonna fucking mark this shit down for me?" Or you can know, like if you know it's been sitting there too, and it ain't gone nowhere. You like look at that day, and be like, "Nah, be back in 3 days." I'll be back in 3 more days. They're gonna cut this price in half one more time. This thing ain't going nowhere. Maybe even like set it in the back and shit.
That's probably good too, because if you didn't really want it, if you didn't really need it, you'd probably forget to go back anyway in 3 days. So it'll save you from that impulse buy.
Oh, I am an absolute sucker for a clearance sticker. Sucker. It might as well be a yellow tag that says sucker.
Big bright yellow star, sucker. Signs out front. That's funny.
Yeah, it say clearance on the back, but if you rip it off, it says sucker on the back. Just an industry sticker. You guys see them suckers tags? You mean the clearance stickers? Yeah, they're over there. You got one, Chris? Does that make your own, or did you buy one?
It's just a magazine, just a magazine holder, couple holes drilled in it, cloner, dome.
Nice. I thought that was a build your own aquaponic thing. That's what it looked like. Similar with the top. Just had some that's how basic it was. It was just like a plastic tank. The top was a little bit thicker, and they just had like net pots, 6 net pots in the top of it. And it was a fish tank underneath. $100. I was like, man, that's why I was like, man, come on, $100. I go buy some net pots and shit. Fucking rig up my fish tank if I had to and shit. In fact, you could probably make one a whole lot cheaper. Just go over and buy a fish tank, and then probably go buy just a piece of fucking plastic and lay it right over top with some net pots in there and shit. I thought that's what you had going though. Yeah,
No, I've
another
never
one.
tried.
There you go. You can put some nice sized clones in that dome though. No fucking around with those like fisters. You can actually get a nice plant going, some nice tops going in there. Morning, Purple Thumb OG. How you doing? fucking half cries.
Oh, the little baby.
Oh, man,
They're
these
so
guys.
cute.
That was a seedling, correct? Looks like it was a seedling at one point. Was them clones?
Just at 2 weeks.
Nice.
Oh,
Too big of a buffer zone for me to start something small out like that in a bigger pot.
the three amigos.
What are we looking at? What string?
3 of the those are the double dragons from Irie.
Yeah, you get to it. Sorry.
They're suffering from a crowded tent right now, so we're trying to make the shuffle.
I'm surprised that you don't have an extra light to just throw up there.
I will tomorrow or the next day when the new I was using a LRS LRS cage style, and one of those went on me. So they're cheap, but they're basically the voltage. You don't want to really use the plastic adjustment on them more than to just set them. So you have no adjustability. I started adjusting it for power just to kind of back off, because it was just to back off a tent for a while, and it gave way. So now it just doesn't dial in. So it's a cheap fix, but I'm going to go with a closed driver just to avoid it and do the PWM, the dimmer.
So, what are you guys' thoughts on the mandatory darkness of veg light or darkness? Because there's a lot of times where I veg in like the open, not even in a tent area, to where I'm not even worried about a dark period. You know what I mean? Just the lights out, but the room. I'm still in a room with light. You know what I mean? It's almost, you know, not being saturated with light, but they're not. That area is never dark. So basically, flower rooms, and then a center veg in the which isn't enclosed. You see any problems with that, or I've never noticed any problems with it. Never giving the veg plants total darkness. Anybody?
Sorry, I was trying to get caught up on chat here. It's not easy.
It's on mute and in chat.
I don't know how you guys do it.
It's a little hard. But yeah, the Dank Agenda was asking about anybody using CMH, and yeah, I use CMH. I think it's a great setup. It's a great spectrum. It's a good, efficient, cheap fixture to get, and honestly, people that flower with them, they put out some pretty damn nice flowers. So.
And the efficiency isn't all that bad. I mean, it's what, 1.7, and it gives you the UVB. So, it's not that much of a difference between, even the top of the line is only one, 2.7, 2.8 right now on the HLGs, but 1.7 isn't that far behind for what you get in the spectrum. Whereas with LM301s, I got to kind of run a couple UVB bulbs on a separate controller. It's just much more complications to kind of get that same kind of spectrum of the UVB.
Yeah, and Dank Agenda's right. I mean, I don't think you need to go LED either. I do think the way the CMH fixtures are, you're still going to get a lot more heat produced off from them. And so depending on the setup, it might be a problem. I don't know if they, in my experience, it is a loss of yield too. If you go from like say 1,000 HPS even to a 630, I don't know that you're going to get an apples to apples comparison yield wise, but the spectrum, no doubt, makes really high quality flower. It definitely is. It's frosty and terpy for sure. In fact, I was thinking of cheating that in with my LED just for the UVB on the competition strain, just to try to get the best edge. I'm an old racer, man, so all the little tricks mattered. You know what I mean? You fucking look for all the little extra little shit you can do that matters.
So you're gonna take it?
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna take it?
The CMH?
No, the contest.
Oh yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, that yeah, no question. Got that shit.
I already saw it, so it's happening.
Right on. I can admire that.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of great growers, and there's going to be really tough competition. So I don't want to sound arrogant at all by any means. How's the season? But it definitely is going to be interesting. There's quite a few of them using nectar too.
When's the judging on that?
August 9th. I'm gonna skate right in too. I started pretty damn late in the flower. But they're midgets, man. I don't know what you do. I gotta still get a half ounce off them.
That's all you gotta turn in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of them's like 3-4 foot tall. One of them's beasting right out. I could train it and all that, but these other ones, it really wasn't much to train. It was just pretty much a freaking midget the whole time. I'm not sure anybody will want the cut at the end. But that's the way Mac 1 is supposedly, so apparently that's the way the fire comes out, is the real short, stubby ones. And if that's the case, I got 3 wings at that one. So. What up, DL?
What's that?
I was just saying hi.
Oh, what's up? What's up, DLP 20? Fuck that all up. DLP 2372. As many times I said that, you'd think I would. He's late. He's late tonight. What the hell? I appreciate this happening.
Dank Agenda, there's a 1,000-watt fixture now too. If you're really into the CMH, I think they make those 2 500-watt bulbs to go in that. Because I was thinking it was going to be a 3-light fixture, like a 945. Would that be or whatever? Anyway, but it's actually 1,000. I guess there's 2 500-watt bulbs. I got a buddy really interested in running them. I'm trying to talk him into it because I want to see what they do. So I'm like, yeah, you should do that. No, you don't need LED. You should do that. I want to see them.
That's funny.
Honestly, I don't think it's a bad recommendation though, man. If you see the stuff, the info on it or the specs or whatever, they'll probably perform pretty damn well. I bet it fucking throws out some killer bud. Really killer bud.
I'm fucking stoked. I get to see all my girls today.
That's cool.
It is pretty cool. It's not very often that they're all together anymore. That's the fucking shitty thing about having kids, man. And they kind of drift apart a little bit that in time. It's hard to, once they leave the house, it can be difficult to get everybody in it all at once and shit. I cherish some days when it happens.
Yeah.
I got a 16-year-old, so yeah. I got one like Lexi of my own.
She's that's the reason why B's coming up tomorrow for her birthday. Looking forward to that.
That's cool.
Be an awesome day. She ain't gonna stay up though. That's a bummer. But I'll take what I can get. I tried to get her to come up for a 420. I was like, you can sit in with me, you know what I mean? You can sit here and get high with me and shit. She's like, no. I feel awkward on camera. Or what'd she say? I can't sit there the whole 24 hours. I said, nobody said you gotta sit there for 4 hours. I gotta sit here for 24 hours. You ain't gotta sit here for 24 hours. Still wouldn't take me up on it.
You done good.
I tried. That's all you can do.
Yeah, part of it's just learning from your parents before you. You know, you kind of evolve from the way your parents be more patient. My parents didn't have a lot of patience, and I think that generation was less patient. And I think, like you had 3 daughters, so you had to listen.
You think life had dealt me girls because of just cruel fate? Much respect in heaven. My girls. It's gonna be an awesome day.
Oh yeah.
I think the Lord played with me a little bit just because of I don't know. They're all sleeping. They shouldn't be sleeping anyway. Well, Alexis probably they're just no, I'm waiting. I was one of them ones that had a bunch of girlfriends when I was growing up. You know what I mean? I was I was the boyfriend every dad didn't want. You know what I mean? I was sneaking. Oh my god! Story time. Story time. Damn. You guys want? How much time we got? 401. I want to roll up a joint for this story. I want to roll one up, talk, because this is a funny story. Let me spin one real quick. This is a funny story about meeting a friend of mine, Gary, and exactly why I think this is a good example of why I think I have 3 girls. Okay, let me grab this tray and some papers. I got papers. But this is why I think fate and you know, I think this is why fate has dealt me girls, and she's got a sense of humor. He, Lord, source, whatever. But I think there's a reason for the way things work out, and in this instance, I think it was a cruel fate from I don't know girlfriends, the way I dealt with girls back then, and just I don't know, cruel fate. But this is like I said, I was That was a parent's nightmare when it came to your daughters back then. So every night I was dating this girl, we'll call her uh, Jody, let's say, and we were going out pretty hot and heavy. And her mom was always she was a bartender at the time, and she was coming late and never would check on Jody or whatever. And as you guys had I've kind of expressed early on, uh, and I had different growing up. You know what I mean? I had a little time on my own, and so I would hang out at Jody's house quite a bit. And this is high school. You know what I mean? This is fucking high school. I would wait for her mom to fucking leave for work every night. I'd hang out at a buddy's house, and I'd be like, "Oh, time to go." Jody's mom just left, and then fucking I'd head over there and hang out all night long, and just I practically lived there for the longest time, hanging out there. And you leave a couple teenagers alone in a house with free reign, you can totally leave your mind open to what's going on there. And so it got to a point where she started hanging out. The mom started dating this gentleman, and she was staying at his house. You know, they should basically she was leaving the bar and going over and staying with him. And when he went to work, she was coming home, which would be just in time to take Jody to school. Okay. So it got to be a habit. Oh, I want to fucking light this up. That I would stay there because Jody's bedroom, these were condominiums, and Jody's bedroom was straight above the front door. Okay. So every time her mom would come home, I could hear the door shut. That was my cue because I knew her next step would be to come up and fucking tell Jody that it was time to fuck come to school. I would fucking get dressed, and drop straight down onto the front porch every morning. Boom, boom. And then knock on the front door. She'd come to the fucking, she would come back to the door and I'd be like, is Jody here? She'd be like, yeah, come on in. And I would just go right back upstairs and fucking, a lot of times just fall back out until it was time to fucking go to sleep. Fucking, this guy Gary that lived across the way watched me do this for a month straight. And finally was like, I've got to meet this motherfucker. So finally one day I dropped down and he's like, hey, and I'm like looking around because I think I've been busted by like the boyfriend or something and shit. I look around and he's like, hey man, get over here. I'm like, I kind of like hustle over there and he's like, hey man, you want to smoke a joint? I'm like, yeah. As a matter of fact, I do. So we sit across, right across the way, and fucking at his kitchen table. He's like, I've sat here every morning for the last month and watch you jump off that fucking window. He's like, you've got to be one of the craziest motherfuckers I've ever seen. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to fucking smoke a joint with you. So, by the way, my name's fucking Gary. Nice to meet you. It was a long fucking relationship, man. Fucking that fucker was one of the coolest people I ever met. But yeah, that right there is a good example why I think I ended up with fucking 3 daughters right there instead of the boys that and it was guys, I was even teased with boys. Fucking Brittany, my first daughter, they told me she was a boy all the way through, came out a fucking girl. Lexi was two ultrasounds, and came out obviously a girl. The second one was like 7.5 months in, Oh yeah, it's fucking boy right there and shit. No deals, fucking girl. Third girl, they were like, "You want to fucking sex us?" Nope, I'm good. No, I don't even want to know. You guys don't even fucking know what you're talking about. Not even getting my hopes. You're not even getting my hopes up this time. So that's why I think Fate's got a little sense of humor right there and a way of, you know, I think this was Fate's way of all the headaches I dealt the fathers and girls I dealt with in high school, all them worrisome nights. This is that Fate's pay. This is karma. Three girls is my karma as a father. So
And who
that's my
better to
life.
protect him?
I like to think I'm pretty protective of those girls because I know all the tricks. That's for sure. Or at least I think I know all the tricks. I don't know. So Brittany's still dropping some bombs on me occasionally and shit. You
Was
think
there ever was there ever a high school kid that knocked on the door every damn morning?
I know. Thank God. Thank God. In fact, as they got older at the other house, they moved upstairs for that reason. Like Brittany was downstairs for the longest time, but once she got older and boys started coming into the picture, her and Lexi swapped rooms. Fucking Lexi was 4 years behind. Nah. You're not going, Brittany, and she had the room right next to the front door too. So it had been too easy for Brittany. And the front porch, her window was like right on the front porch, so it had been like effortless to lift the screen and step out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no. She went to the second story there. Yeah, they ain't doing that shit on my watch. That's for sure. Oh
Well,
well.
see, that's where the cameras come into play too. You just get a couple of those wise cameras, and you can just spoke out your perimeter.
Oh, they're out there. You know what's funny is now like I've I've given the kids access to the cameras. So like the other day, Courtney was gone, and she's like, "Who's that out front? What are they doing there? What's Ron doing over there and shit?" We're like, "Are you seriously watching the cameras when you're not even fucking here now? Come on." So yeah, I don't know about that. Now they're watching me all the time.
That is funny
Keeping
too.
tabs on you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, making sure you're staying busy, not goofing off or nothing.
Yeah, it's fun. I gotta love that. I love them girls. That's for sure.
Yeah, I love mine too. It's definitely special. The minute they're born, man, they're wrapped right around their little damn pinky.
Oh, that they know. They play that card. They play that card.
Yep.
Looks like a nice one there. They've come such a long way on them things. They've gotten so fucking cheap anymore. Or affordable. I shouldn't say cheap. They've become very affordable.
Yeah, it's crazy. Them wise cams, 20 some bucks you were saying, or 25, whatever. It's
If
cheap.
you order them right through, why is they're $20 a piece?
That's crazy. I should get
Yeah,
some.
they had the special at two for like $44 or something. Definitely. I mean, how can you go wrong?
They work good too. The video quality on them is really good.
Especially
I
for you,
mean,
Smiley.
first,
I mean, where you've got the scrog going and you're not moving your plants. That's going to be really kind of beneficial to having that time lapse photography on it. Where for me, the only reason why I don't really do it is because I'm always moving my plants, so it's hard to get a really good measure. Whereas when you're kind of really laying out and rigidly structuring your canopy, you can really get a cool set of shots with the time lapse.
Yeah, yeah, the way I do it too, I bend them right over underneath it. So they're a good, foot to 18 inches bent over to start with. And then they all turn up, you know what I mean? So that'd be kind of a cool one to see all those tops just kind of go right up. it's neat to watch it day by day anyway, you know, so just to see the time lapse would be pretty kick-ass.
Fucking the bud flower, the flower time elapse are fucking awesome. Like you said, to watch them buds just go to the ending it's super cool. It's really cool. Let me I'll bring them up real quick here, at least the one.
Yeah, answer. I got two daughters. They are 18 and 17. And my 18-year-old has a 5-month-old son, my grandson. And he's freaking awesome. Love every minute.
That's the kind of cool part. You know, most people dread that, but you get to have the cool moments of having a child again around. But in the nice aspect, you can still send them home. You know what I mean? You know, you're not locked in with that full term commitment and shit. You get to have the fun and send them home and shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. I haven't changed his diaper yet. Well, I guess I did now one time. I was watching him, and nobody was around, but otherwise I hand him
Oh,
right.
even better.
There's all the girls, man. That's what I got girls for. I don't know. About time I get a advantage from that shit. Here you go. Here's the stinky diaper. It's your turn.
Even better if you can skip out on that task.
Yeah, they always tease me about it, and I'm like, I don't even care. I mean, I would if I had to. Push came to shove. I don't know how to do it. I'm experienced, but if I don't have to, I'm not looking forward to it by any means. Especially a damn dookie one. I'll pass on that shit all day.
Oh, that's just wise there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's a great kid, man. He's super chill. She's super lucky. He's a most easygoing little guy. He's funny. He just chills, hangs out, laughs. That's about it. Look at them beautiful plants, man. That's one thing. I mean, in nectar, you get really healthy looking plants. I think that is because they drive it off the calcium, which is actually what I try to do with my soil too. So,
Well, I've always heard, like I said, I've always heard good things about it. It just was pricey. And like Ganja pointed out, it was a little bit more of a needy system. Nice. They're looking cool.
that is true.
There.
Having daughters makes you patient. I don't know. Maybe. Well, you do twist them up pretty good too.
You wouldn't believe the shit I did to my girls in fucking veg today. They're gonna look. I started doing the bamboo like scrog type thing. Have you ever done one of those? Just fucking midway, just decide to spread that bitch wide open with some bamboos.
That's okay. My brother does it that way, and then he'll leave them and use the weight to kind of keep the plants in that flat form or whatever. He doesn't support the bamboo at all. He lets the plants support it.
Yeah, I've done that as well, but I'm talking about I actually will run stakes out like this, like kind of like probably like a 40, and then I'll run them across this way. Yep, tie them together, and then that will be my scrog. I'll just run a couple this way, and then if I see some that go a little fucking, if I need to put some down the middle, I'll throw another one in the fucking middle. Boom. My own little, just like, and I'll keep working it. If it needs another one, or I got a spot that's bare and needs another work, fucking it gets another one. Boom. I've done a few of them like that. And I've got a monster in this bag. That one, I'm going to end up having to pull the other two out of there, and it's going to be just that one in the 4x4 right there that I've self-scrogged right there. I can't wait to see. It's going to be under that HLG 550. I just scrog that one under there and see what happens.
Yeah, no, he does it a little different. He'll actually make the checkered board out of the bamboo, and he does about a 4 inch square. So he kind of makes a scrog out of that, but he doesn't put any legs to support it. He just, when he puts it on the plant, he kind of gets the plant to support itself that way. But he uses the weight of the bamboo to kind of put the resistance on the plant from reaching towards the light. It's the only person I know does that, but it's kind of interesting.
What's the cat's name?
Lily. Yep.
What's up,
She's
Lily?
pretty smart. She's definitely very dog-like.
They eat the flowers. Does he eat the flowers? Or she?
She won't touch the cannabis, but she will go after the echinacea. She'll eat the like basil and the succulents. She'll go after a lot of stuff. Lettuce, even the little peppers or sunflowers.
I said
But she
flowers. I
stays
meant
away.
leaves. Is what I meant.
Even the grass, just the grass outside. She never throws it up though.
Cats are pretty cool. And
Oh,
definitely
shit.
pretty.
It's 419.
I know it came up fast. Came up fast again tonight. I was just gonna fucking show the tent real quick. I know I'm screen sharing.
Is that on your? That's on your camera. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I don't want to stop screen sharing. I want to fucking show what's on my screen. Oh, I think I know. I get you. Oh, yeah. I got it. There we go. It's actually a few seconds behind even on the Zoom. There we go. That's that one I put up the other day in the HPS tent.
That looks like nice. You got to glue your little sunglass screen on there so you can get the white balance right on it.
I think I can actually go into the settings and fuck around with that, but I haven't yet. But that ain't bad though for at least it ain't got the lines and shit in there.
No, that's cool. That's definitely really cool, man.
That's how tall those fuckers are though. They're
Chest high for sure.
just
Cool. I guess you stand behind the one. That's cool. And you just flip those to flower or how?
It's they're like a week and a half
Oh man,
now.
they're gonna beast out, dude.
Yeah. That's the way I roll over
They're
here
just
though,
starting
bro. That's why like right now, like another probably tomorrow I'll go in there and fucking de-leaf pretty heavy to slow them girls down. Try to eliminate that stretch and like just start putting in some bud work right off the get. Is the plan. You see the boxes though? Well, I noticed that when I come over here. Watch when I see it. You can actually set them things up for that facial recognition to where like it can pick me up, and as soon as it sees me, it'll fucking record. You can actually have it set to like a certain face. So like if you got a group of paid people and you got that one shady cat, once he goes into the room, you can like click on that box and be like that dude, and fucking it will actually just start recording when that person enters the room.
Huh.
For $20, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can set them up. You set them up for the facial. So if it's somebody you know, like I do it with my kids, so I know because sometimes I'm not home when they get home from school. So I have it set so that I know when they come come in the door by facial recognition. I get a message letting me know that they're home. Then I get a message letting me know what they're doing in the house, that they're doing their work. So I'm not worried about them because it's all you need. And then I know if somebody who you don't know comes to the door, it automatically alerts me and texts me. It's basically a Amber Alert from my, let me know that somebody random is showing up at my door. So I get basically I'm at the end of a dead end, so only a couple times have I ever had a problem, but it definitely sends you the you can definitely, just like you can adjust the sensitivity of the motion, you can also adjust the sensitivity of the detection and all that kind of stuff, so that even, you know, it doesn't even know it. It's tough. Some of the software you got to buy. If you buy the good software, you get much better than the shit you don't pay for.
Right.
It's
You
cracking
can
me
do
up.
sound too on the Wise.
A couple of the guys in chat are talking about not being able to connect them, and Aldrich says turn it off, back on, blow on it. All the Nintendo learned rules. Oh yeah,
I-
I do remember that shit. Blowing the Nintendo thing, fucking thing did work.
Well, the one guy, I think he bought his fucking, if I remember right, he bought his from like a Home Depot worker that sold them to him in the parking lot. So he didn't like go in and buy them. He probably bought some returns or some shit from one of the Home Depot workers or some shit like that. It's kind of what it sounded like. So I'm not, you know, whatever. But yeah, I've just like reset that bitch. There is a reset button on there.
There you go, Purple Thumb. You got all day figured out, man. Get on it. I like it. That is frustrating though if you get something and it don't fucking takes forever to connect or whatever. At a certain point, you're just like, fuck this thing. And then if it's that inexpensive, then it's not even worth trying to send back and shit. $20.
Well, I had one that had a hard time connecting, but I had to do just a hard reset on it. You know what I mean? Actually, there's a little spot where you can put a pin in there and reset it real quick. After that, it worked fine.
See, Purple Thumb got his from Wise themselves, even. Not the not the parking lot employee deal.
You can use them as intercoms too. That's another nice feature too. Is like once you get that notification, you can actually talk. They have speakers and mics on them, so you can actually fucking talk through it too. I can at any time take either pictures, videos, or just talk through that bitch. Hey, I see you. Don't do that. Close the door. Let the dog out. Don't forget to let the dog out.
You could talk to your dog too when you're away.
Yeah. That'd be kind of funny. I've yet to do that, but that'd be like almost tormenting him and shit. Where am I at, buddy? You seem just bored and shit. Where's Dad at? Where's Dad at? You seem just.
Playing from Christopher Mertz's MacBook P.
Oh,
That's fucking funny, yeah.
microphone on.
That was the echo. The echo comes into play. Sorry, the other thing with the camera, for mine, the way I reset it, if because mine has that problem sometimes. I think all of them do, but I just use a Google plug on your Echo system. You just use one of them so you can turn it on and off to reset it if you lose signal.
There you
I
go.
was just laughing because it said Chiba Man said it was me, that employee in the parking lot deal. He said it was fantastic. I eventually got 6 for 50.
That's what I was
Hell
thinking.
yeah, that's a deal.
You originally told the story about that. I was thinking that those guys back in the day that would have the vans, and they had all the stereo equipment and shit, and it'd be like supposedly name brand speakers, and they just, you know what I mean? They're trying to get them at $100, $200 or whatever. By the end of the negotiating, they're just like, "Fuck it, you can have both for 20 and shit."
You know what's funny is the camera name itself is already like a knockoff like that because it's spelled WYZE. So it's not like wise like you normally. So you already think it's a knockoff name and shit. But that's kind of funny you said the band thing because it could happen. I can see that happen. Yeah. That's fucking fun. No, I haven't had any big major issues with mine though. I don't. They've all worked great for me. I'm really happy with them. I wish I'd have got that 6 for 50 deal.
I kind of feel like that was a joke, but I don't know.
Holy cow, 428. Holy shit, we put in some work tonight.
I gotta jump off, get ready to get in bed. It's a busy one tomorrow.
What you got going tomorrow?
I actually have to renew my med card tomorrow forward, and I have to run off and do a foliar treatment of some venerate. So I smell like stinky shoes, socks when I go to get my med card done. So it's all right.
That's funny. Maybe you should close at the door today, huh?
That stuff smells. Yeah, it smells like gym socks or something, man. That's what it reminds me of. It's like my gym socks back in the day.
So are you actually like flammable on the way home when you got yourself like locked in the car and shit? Sulfur's flammable, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm not spraying sulfur. I spray venerate. It's it's their own biologicals. It melts their exoskeletons or whatever.
So it just stinks like sulfur. There's no actual
It's
sulfur.
not. It doesn't stink like sulfur. It legit smells like stinky gym shoes. Like it's a different smell, but it's definitely the.
It's definitely
the
present.
gym shoes. Yeah. It's like the way your running shoes smell afterward or something.
Like the cat piss strain of the was the early 80s there, and there's a couple different people claim to still have that cat piss variety. It's kind of that first opus of the nasty smells, the baby pukes. I don't know. I guess I always liked, as long as it was strong, I could give a rat's ass about flavor. But now that you can get quality, it's kind of nice to have flavor and punch.
Oh yeah, they definitely are strong though. The fuels and the gas, the stinky ones, they're definitely strong. Than your ones I've had anyway.
Yeah, no, I like some of them. Some of the blue cheeses, some of them are good, and some of them just get a little. I don't know. I like to cook and everything, but I don't think I have quite the palate of some people.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the stinky ones. I got this garlic one that's like a GMO leaner, and I don't know, man. It's definitely, even I grew skunk one once, and I don't know, it just like is unpleasant. Like it's not a pleasant smell. I don't know. And shout out to Humble Gardener, man. Night, peace out. I'm gonna get going too.
Well, hopefully I'll see you at some point tomorrow. Yeah. No obligations, but you're always welcome. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll be home tomorrow listening. So
Tomorrow will be Green 13 will be here tomorrow.
Sweet.
Be hearing some UK stories.
Oh, hey, nice.
Yeah. He's got that thick UK accent too. I was speaking with him the other day, and this should be a good one.
I love that shit, man, because there's just such a different perspective they have than what we have. You know what I mean? There's just no way that we could have the same, just a different part of the planet. I think that's cool as shit he's coming on. It's awesome. All right, yeah. Chris, we're kind of just ready to party. No, that's cool, man. I love this gig you got going on.
You guys want to sing happy birthday to us? Chris has got his hat on.
It's not our birthday anymore.
It is.
Oh, today, shit.
Yeah, it started at 12, so it's still. She'd be happy.
Is she
Be
watching?
terrible. I'm not much of a singer, but I'd do it. What do you guys think? Who's gonna start it off? Who's gonna start it off? All right, I'll follow. I'll follow.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lexi.
Lexi,
Happy birthday
birthday to you.
to you.
Now, how many shots does she got to do? Oh, she can't go to the bar, so that sucks.
Oh no, she gets to do the one shot.
The one, 21. What are you talking about? The one.
20. Yeah, you're right. 21.
She gets to do
One.
however many she wants. That's what 21 means. Dad.
I'm 18 and I'm 21. You can't tell me what to fucking do. I can't wait till that fucking face down moment about midday tomorrow. I know sister's bringing up some wine and it's planning on. There's already drinking planned, so.
That's one of the best ways to learn, though, man. Is fucking go hell's. You know what I mean? Go at it, hog wild, and crash. Find out the next day that you don't like it so much. Like, yeah, that isn't so smart to do. You know? I don't know.
Oh god. I'll make sure she watches it in the morning. I doubt she's up right now. She might be, but I'll make sure. I'll be like, we left you a little present at the end of the show last night.
Yeah,
So
happy birthday, Lexi. Hope you enjoy. We sang you an embarrassing song. I don't
She'll
see.
be stoked. You don't know how much it will really mean to her. She's honestly fucking. They're amazingly addicted to this. It's funny, but I mean, both the girls that are still at home, we're talking about it today. They're always asking who's on. They're always talking about fucking what's going on in chat, who said what. And then like Courtney said the other night, she's like, Lexi kept waking me up laughing about what was going on in chat last night. So it's like to keep up, and she's like, I think she's addicted, and Lexi's like, I think I am too. So the whole community, and yes, she's really enjoyed hanging out and talking with everybody. So it'll mean a lot. It really will. That we took the time to think about it. Get Chris dressed up, put the hat on. It's the little things like that. I know she enjoys, the interaction with everybody. So it'll mean a lot to her. It really will.
No, that's cool. We enjoy having her too. She's fun. All of them are fun.
Hell yeah. It's like, this whole thing, it's weird how it really does, like everybody said, spend some time when things got bad, spend time with the family and everything, But the family was like, they were all here. If you notice that when I was on, they wanted it just as bad as I did. They needed that pick me up, and it's this whole thing's been huge. Not just for me, but for the kids. It's actually brought me and Lexi closer. I've gotten to be closer to all you guys. This thing, I don't know anymore. I don't even know if I'm doing it selfishly, subconsciously, selfishly, but I have fucking met a lot of great people, and it's been really cool. I've been very grateful for these nights I've gotten to spend with you guys. So thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thanks a
no, thank
lot.
you. That's cool. I was actually just talking about that with my girlfriend the other day. It's like, shit, if we ever go out to Massachusetts, I got friends out there. If we go to Maine, I got friends out there. You know what I mean? It's like the community just expands, man. It's kick ass. So cool. Go out to Cali. We got friends out there.
Travel anywhere, you got a friend or a spot now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, soon we can go to the UK and fucking hang out with peeps. At least get to hook up on some weed, right?
Yep. Know somebody with some dang flour, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Anybody who comes to Boston, do not buy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Charlie's out there too, man. Really good time.
Man, it'd be nice to someday I'll meet everybody. I do a big old meetup. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop off though, man. I'm gonna get to bed and be ready for
Yeah.
it.
I gotta do some stuff before the girls get here, before Brittany gets here. I'm not gonna even think about doing any kind of gardening while they're here tomorrow. Straight day off. She's not staying, so I'll be on tomorrow night. But even if she were, I think tomorrow, if they stayed, I think I'd get them on camera tomorrow and at least say hi, show you guys what everybody looks like when they fully assemble.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Awesome, man. Peace out, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, brother.
Hi, Smiley.
Damn it, he didn't sign off and say where everybody could find him, all that good stuff. He does it enough, I guess. Mr. Ganja Grower, you wanna do your plugs on your way out? Appreciate you popping in and saying happy birthday and throwing her much love in the chat. That's pretty awesome, brother.
Just sorry, Chad. I still don't get the hang of the whole tech thing, and I think part of it is just trying to avoid losing a connection. But I'm getting better. Thanks. Have a great night, Eagle.
You're more than welcome. When you're ever ready to put that light together, you better hit me up. I'm more than happy to pull you in. Please.
Sure.
You have a great night. Awesome tomorrow, brother.
Peace.
Peace. It's a great episode tonight, man. It's time to do them shout outs. Welcome, MMP. Good morning. Good morning, good sir. You're probably getting that cup of coffee ready for that hard day. Hard day. Well, beautiful day. It's supposed to be a beautiful day in Michigan today. Like fucking 80 degrees. Beautiful. Aldridge 25. MMP Purple Thumb OG. DLP 2372. Humble Gardener 420 Organic for Life. Thank you for popping in. You have a dang day as well. Something tells me I want to reach out to you and get you on the show too. Milo. Thank you for tuning in. Let's whip through here as quickly as can. It's getting late. Of course, my daughter Brittany, Lexi, Courtney, love you guys. Light it up again, Tim, Chiba Man, always holding it down, hanging tough in the chat. Who else did we have here? Backwoods, all good. Thank you, brother, for tuning in. I fucking appreciate you stopping in. TW, Ant Thorough, Sensimilio. Hopefully, I said it right this time. Who else have we got tonight? Resurrection Prophet. Thank you, Smiley, for popping in. Of course, love you, brother. Ned Denver, fucking who else? Stink Agenda. Thank you for popping in. Hope you enjoyed that Jody story. That's fun times, man. So many other times like that. That's not even scratching the surface. But in time, hopefully we have a long go at this run of shows, nightly shows. I don't plan on giving her up anytime soon, so hopefully you'll get to hear lots of fun stories like that. Hope you enjoyed that one. JD's, of course, Chris Mertz, Ganja, got the blowout. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother. John Boy. Everybody else that I miss. If I miss you, I'm so sorry. But anymore, man, chat kills. Chat kills it, man. I can't go back to the beginning anymore. But I can announce some of my favorites like CJ Apple. I didn't see your name. Joe Carter. I seen you tonight. Tara Wilson. Dink Man Dan. Dr. Green or Mr. Green Nodes. But so many great people that tune in nightly anymore, man. I wish I need to just keep a list or something, I guess. Don't forget to check out Tara and Date Man Dan on their show tomorrow. Yeah, hope they knock it out of the park and have a great day. Other than that, man, it's been a great night. Thank you to my the original guest, Josh Covert of Michigan Cannabis Lawyers, for knocking out the park and with all that great information and saying he'll come back. I appreciate him, Smiley, and Ganja Grower for popping in tonight, as well as every other guest that has come on and has agreed to in the future. And it all can't be done. Nothing can be done without all the awesome people that help out, watch the show, help spread the word. It's all because of you. I just hit that play button. I hit that live button every day. If you guys don't show up, it wouldn't happen. So I appreciate you guys more than you know. So with that being said, of course, help somebody out, do something nice, and of course, goddamn, almost forgot the fucking people in Midland. Pray for the people in Midland. Hopefully, if you're close, help somebody out, or let's just try to at least send our prayers and positive vibes over that way. That's a mess over there. That shit's actually seeping into Dow Midland chemical plant. That could be repercussions from that shit. Hopefully not. You're near there. My heart goes out to you. Hopefully you're safe and can recover from this as soon as possible. It's a terrible thing that's going on there. So that being said, Brandon Max kindness do change lives, and this may be one of those instances where Brandon Max of kindness just may be needed. So I love everybody out there. If you tune into this, I appreciate you more than you know. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Good night. See you tomorrow. Have an excellent tomorrow. Good night.